Good afternoon and welcome to Labatt Memorial Park here in beautiful London, Ontario, Canada, where we're getting set for some London Majors baseball. Feels like it's been a while since I've been able to say that, as the last home game here for the Majors was over a week ago, back on Friday and Saturday of last week. In any case, though, I'm Justin Koehler, your host today with MajorsTV, and we're incredibly excited to have you here with us. The Majors just wrapped up some all-star festivities with plenty of representation both from fans and from players yesterday, and they're hoping to get today's matchup going with a win and to continue their current 3-game win streak, as well as they welcome the visiting Kitchener Panthers. It's definitely a team that the Majors are hoping for a bit of redemption for, as the previous 2 games in their doubleheader just at the start of July, they came up short, falling 2-0 in those games, being outscored 20-6 in those contests as well. So, should be a great matchup. The team's looking for a bit of revenge today, and we have plenty in store for you. And so, without any further ado, let's send it up to Ty and Dylan in the Game Day London press box. And gentlemen, we have just 13 games left in the season.
Thank you, Justin. The season nearing its conclusion here as we welcome you inside the Game Day London press box for the BP8 Fitness pregame show. Dylan Baker and Ty White with you for the call today. Ty, it's been an exciting weekend of baseball for the Intercounty Baseball League, Home Run Derby and All-Star Game yesterday. A major success in Welland.
Really great success in Welland. Decent turnout with the fans. The fans were really into it. Obviously, you were broadcasting that one, so we'll hear more from your personal stories later. But the South team came on top, 13-6 over the North team, and our very own London Major, obviously, Starling Joseph. A great day, doubled and scored in that one. Exciting across the board. Josh Laukkanen for Brentford got the win, and the MVP was Matteo Porcelato, who reached base 3 times in front of his home crowd.
Really a great day of baseball in Welland yesterday, and the Majors are coming off a win on Friday night against the Brantford Red Sox, trying to build off of that here today.
Yeah, it was an important win and a close one. Jose Arias only allowed 1 run, got the win in that. But what was really important, Dylan, if you flash back to the last Majors home game on July 12th, they were coming in off a 3-game losing streak. A win against Brantford, 3-2 win, their latest win, solidified 3-game win streak. So they remedied those mistakes, are back on a winning form, and currently sit second in the Intercounty Baseball League.
Now, that 3-game losing streak was in part because of these Kitchener Panthers who they see here today. The Panthers have caused the Majors fits this season.
They really have. Kitchener is the only team that the London Majors have yet to defeat this entire season. The Majors are 0-3 against the Panthers in 2024, not to mention they've been outscored 25-8 in those 3 losses. And the Majors, out of their last 3 losses, 2 of those were at the hands, as Justin mentioned, to the Kitchener Panthers. So they have their work cut out for them. It's not a walk in the park today, despite the Panthers currently seated 7th in the IBL.
7th place in the Intercounty Baseball League, and also coming in on a losing streak after one of the craziest games you'll see earlier this week.
It really was a 19-17 loss versus the Maple Leaf 2 days ago. And not to mention, they had a 7-1 lead in the 4th in that game. It was really back and forth all game long. Plenty of home runs and bombs across that one. So the Panthers do not have trouble scoring, as we've seen from previous games, especially 17 runs in a loss. Says a lot, obviously, about the pitching performance. They hope to clean that up today.
Let's take a look quickly at the matchup on the mound, brought to you by Throw London, London's original knife throwing. For the London Majors, it was the all-star starter yesterday in Travis Keys getting the ball today.
Yeah, Travis Keys, definitely one of the hottest hands around the IBL right now, with a 5-2 record. Currently sits 5th in strikeouts and tied for 3rd in wins across the Intercounty Baseball League, and is almost certainly now considered a Majors ace in the conversation, of course, with Jose Arias. And I think fairly you might have to mention Victor Payano at this point in the season also.
Absolutely. The Majors have a 3-headed monster in their rotation. On the flip side, we've got a guy making his first IBL pitching appearance as the Mitchell local Cale Murray gets the start.
Bit of surprise, Cale Murray out there on the mound today. His first game, as you mentioned, of Mitchell District High School, standing 6 feet tall. About 19 years old now, played for the Ontario national team, has a nice fastball and curveball in his arsenal, but not usually a pitcher, Dylan. So a bit of a two-way player, an interesting start nonetheless for the Panthers.
Should be a good one. We've got lots in store. This has been the BP8 Fitness pregame show. We'll set it to break and be right back.
In London, Ontario, the world's oldest baseball grounds. Now through Labor Day, book your guided tour and walk the same field as Ty Cobb, Fergie Jenkins, Honus Wagner, and some of baseball's most legendary players. View artifacts from over the years inside the original 1940 clubhouse. Experience baseball history in London, Ontario. Book your guided tour at labattparktours.ca.
Get suited up with us for our big night. We went to Collins Clothiers. They had suits and tuxedos in various colors and styles. The staff helped us pick exactly what we wanted. They custom fit our suits for the perfect fit. They even matched us to our date's dress. It was so much fun trying on suits with the boys on the VIP night. They even got us pizza while we tried clothes on.
For prom kids, of course, are going to be the best dressed.
We felt so confident and looked amazing.
Beautiful rendition of the national anthem there as we get you set for baseball here from the Forks of the Thames. The London Majors taking on the Kitchener Panthers, trying to secure their first win against Kitchener today. Travis Keys trying to build off the all-star start yesterday. He actually got it started in a bit of a tough way. A leadoff home run for Kenise Ejo of the Barrie Baycats, but Keys gets the ball, trying to get back to his dominant ways, Ty, because at the beginning of this season, he was the best pitcher in the Intercounty Baseball League, bar none. He's had a couple of tougher starts, one where he walked 5 batters on July 13th, trying to limit the walks and get back into his winning ways.
Yeah, Travis Keys really has the potential when he's on his day to completely take over a game, dominate for the Majors, and that's what he's done a lot. That's why he has 5 wins to his name throughout the first 10 games of the season. For him, has a 2.58 ERA, very, very respectable considering he's an ace, someone who's pitched a lot, seen a lot of innings, of course, over 52 and counting this season. Looks to have a very big impact against the Panthers today. Obviously, the Majors, bit of a grudge match, seeing as they really, really want to defeat this side. And as the season progresses, obviously we're in the dog days now, July and August, getting towards the end of the year, they really have to start tallying up more and more wins, more favorable for home field advantage, and you're definitely starting to consider playoffs around this time.
Let's take a look at the lineup for the Kitchener Panthers in today's contest. The group that will be facing off against Travis Keys. Blake Jacklin gets things started in the leadoff spot, followed by Raul Gonzalez and Nick Parsons. Tyler Henriquez, Junior Ibarra, Spencer Ross, Luke Murray, brother of Cale Murray, who is catching, and that's something they did quite often. I was telling you, Ty,
yes,
I played against Cale and Luke when they were playing for the Mitchell Astros, and there would always be one of them pitching, one of them catching. They could always pull that off. Spencer Voisin and A.J. Carosas round things out in front of Cale Murray in this Panthers lineup.
And very interesting, again, with Cale Murray being on the mound here, because obviously if you're the Panthers, this is a team that you seemingly have their number this year. Already 3 wins, and it's a bit of a change-up. Obviously they've had formidable pitching in the past in big games against the Majors, and their 3 wins, but Cale Murray, a bit of a switch up here, so we'll see how we can handle the pressure, and nonetheless, he's going to have a really tough time against one of the most prolific hitting teams across all the IBL, and a fantastic lineup today, which we'll get to shortly.
Blake Jacklin stepping into the batter's box now to kick things off against Travis Keys here. Jacklin in 16 games this season, batting .310. Former Great Lake Canadian, has been a solid outfielder ever since coming over to the Kitchener Panthers. Lefty Keys kicks and deals. First pitch cut on and miss for strike 1, and we are underway at 1:07 p.m. on this Sunday afternoon.
And it's been a really, really hot day around downtown London, all across southeastern Ontario, but really, really hot. Getting a little bit of a breeze right now, but the humidity is definitely up.
The 0-1 on its way from Keys. That one misses, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Keys is yet to face these Kitchener Panthers this season. Majors manager Rube Chanadad providing the Panthers with a different look and hoping that's what will propel his ball club to a victory here today. A check swing there. Jacklin went too far, and it's 1-2.
Jacklin, typically a really, really good player, especially to lead off. He has 15 runs to his name, 18 hits this season. A great player to try to get things started. And obviously, in all these wins that they've had against the Majors, they haven't really been close contests, all of them running up the score. So if they're going to have that repeating recipe today, they really have to be formidable on the mound.
Called strike 3 there to Blake Jacklin. A pretty pitch that finds the inside part of the plate, and there's one gone.
Great start there for Travis Keys. Obviously, if he's going to get hot early, he's got to warm up, got to get those strikeouts to his name. He has plenty this year. As I mentioned, third in the IBL currently, and he is really, really a tough player to face. Doesn't have the fastest stuff in his arsenal, Dylan, but it's just so technical. Really works the plate fantastically well all across and keeps hitters guessing.
Raul Gonzalez into the batter's box now here for the Kitchener Panthers. First pitch is in there for a strike, 0-1. Gonzalez was up there in the MVP conversation last year, having another great year, batting .312, 8 home runs, 28 runs batted in. 0-1 home from Keys. That one hit hard in the hole, chasing after it. Mosher, diving stop, throw to first. Not in time. Gonzalez beats it out. A great effort there by Ty Mosher, but could not quite record the putout.
I mean, it really was a great effort, a fantastic diving play. Playing shortstop today. Obviously not always in that position, but he's more than ready for the call whenever he gets it. We'll talk about the Majors defensive lineup shortly, but a really, really good play. Unfortunately, just too quick there to get to first was Raul Gonzalez, and a bit of a long throw in the end, but prevented almost, I would say, a double in the end.
So Nick Parsons into the batter's box now for the Kitchener Panthers. First pitch breaking ball there from Keys for strike 1. Parsons having a terrific year for Kitchener. .315 across 20 games. 0-1 home. That one's in the dirt. It'll skip away from DeOlio, but hit the foot of the home plate umpire John Thompson, and Gonzalez can't move up. Thompson is behind the plate. He is also the crew chief. Over at first base, it is Stephen Gomes, and at third, James Deacon.
You talked about, bit of the fantastic hitting that Kitchener's had this year. They have close to 7 players with that over that 300 threshold, so they can definitely get on base and cause a lot of problems for teams.
1-1, beautiful breaking ball there from Keys. Gets a swing and a miss from Parsons, and it's 1-2.
Parsons also has 23 hits on the season so far. That's 4th on his Panthers.
Keys sets, looking to get the second out here of this top of the first inning. Offering on its way. Popped up, foul territory. That one will get out of play, and we'll try again on 1-2.
This is a good at-bat here from Parsons. Not making it easy on Travis Keys. He's trying to keep himself alive, and that's what you have to do, especially early in games when you face aces like Travis Keys. You want to tire them out, so he's sitting around 70 to 80 pitches by that time he gets to the 4th, even 5th.
The 1-2 home once again. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 punch-outs for Keys in this first inning, and there's 2 away.
Well, that was high inside and had a good amount of velocity to it as well. Just too hot to handle in the end for Nick Parsons. And quickly to Travis Keys' tally. 2 strikeouts already, and is looking very, very on form coming off that all-star start.
Tyler Henriquez into the batter's box now. He's having a bit of a tough year, batting .194 coming into today's ball game. Only across 9 games, so a small sample size. First pitch from Keys. Cut on and missed, 0-1.
Henriquez, a native of Waterloo, Ontario, Canada, also played college ball at Ball State.
0-1 count as the left-hander sets, kicks, and comes home. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
I mean, these are just beautiful pitches coming off the hands of Travis Keys. Really, really technical, like that low stuff, and it drew a pretty big swing in the end from Henriquez. Wasn't really close whatsoever, so Keys is really, really hot so far.
Trying to strike out the side here in the first. The 0-2 home. Just off the plate, it's 1-2.
It really was just off, Dylan. Very, very close. Definitely Keys was looking, it was a bit ambiguous in the end, but nonetheless, it goes Henriquez's way.
1-2, 2 out. Raul Gonzalez standing over at first base. Keys kicks and deals. On the ground towards third. That's a foul ball, and so we'll try once more on 1-2.
This would be a really, really fantastic opportunity here for yet another strikeout early on. If you can punch out the side to get things going, you're going to have a really, really tough time, and that would be just the perfect way to set the tone against a team that has taken you down 3 times already.
1-2, 2 out. Keys delivers. Upstairs, 2-2.
It's a similar position to that pitch 2 pitches ago. Another ambiguous area, a bit outside, and we haven't seen a chase other than the very first pitch from Henriquez. So perhaps trying to stay a little bit more calm, look for something inside.
The 2-2 home. Swing and a miss, strike 3. DeOlio will clear a lane and throw to first to complete the putout. Travis Keys strikes out the side in the first inning and strands Raul Gonzalez over at first base.
Well, like I said, Dylan, really the perfect way to start defensively if you're the London Majors, only getting 1 on base, and obviously Ty Mosher had a great play over there between second and third as the shortstop, a diving attempt to prevent anything further, but Travis Keys was rock solid so far. That's going to be really, really tough for Cale Murray to match that performance.
In Keys' last 2 starts, he hasn't quite had the strikeout numbers he's seen in previous games. He had 5 against the Brantford Red Sox to go along with 5 walks last Saturday, and then he had 3 in his previous start against Welland. So getting 3 in the first inning is exactly what the doctor ordered for Travis Keys.
100%, and Roop Chandler at Brent Wales have to be absolutely thrilled right now. Again, against a team that you have not beaten yet this season, 0-3. It's a really important win, and it's going to be, if the Majors are able to pull it off, a morale booster for sure, having beaten every team so far this season, in second in the league, and after Kitchener, there's really nothing standing in the way from beating absolutely everyone else. So it could be a huge statement win, and of course, looking for that crucial 4th one in a row, trying to get on a hot streak.
Let's take a look now at the London Majors lineup that will face Cale Murray out on the rubber for the Kitchener Panthers. Majors lining up in a similar way to what we've seen all season. There haven't been too many variations to this alignment for Majors skipper Roop Chandler. Gibson Krasminski leads things off. We'll talk about him a little bit later. Ty Mosher in the 2 spot, and then it just keeps getting better and better as you go along.
It really does. 3 All-Stars in a row. Eduardo DeOlio followed by Caden Cardoso and Starling Joseph. DHing today for the Majors is Byron Reichstein. Victor Plas has been fantastic all season long over at third base. Another All-Star there. Brad Verhoeven in left field. Drew Lawrence at center. Of course, Travis Keys pitching. Now, we've had some players who've definitely rotated spots this year for the Majors, especially when it comes to defensively. Brad Verhoeven, someone who we've seen in left field this season already, back out there in that left field spot. Not his typical position, but he's filling in there today nicely. Ty Mosher in shortstop. Again, one of those players, very much utility, can play second base, can play shortstop. We've seen him in the outfield before. Gibson Krasminski at second is getting to be more and more typical now, and Starling Joseph letting Brad Verhoeven take over duties in left, so he's going to move over to right today.
Gibson Krasminski will lead things off for the London Majors, a guy who's been having a terrific season and has been red hot as of late as well. He's tasked with leading things off for London, as he's been doing over the last several games, including on Friday against the Brantford Red Sox. Batting .317 this year across 23 games played. Murray into the windup. Here's the pitch. Finds the corner for strike 1.
Krasminski definitely have, obviously, as a lot of big hitting players do, a little bit of trouble with strikeouts this year, 17 against him. That being said, he has been walked a lot, 13 times as well, and he has 26 hits.
That one fouled off by Gibson Krasminski, and so quickly 0-2 here for Cale Murray. Krasminski with an on-base percentage nearly 100 points higher than his batting average, which is a terrific number, sitting at .412 this season in terms of OBP. Trying to stay alive here against the righty Murray. Into the windup he goes. The 0-2 home. Krasminski fouls it straight back to the screen, and will try again on 0-2.
Really respect both teams' decisions for the leadoff men. Gibson Krasminski and Blake Jacklin, 2 fantastic, very similar players actually as far as statistics go. But 2 really solid leadoff men, and Krasminski's definitely had his games this year where he's been really, really hot. So be interesting to see how the Majors offense lines up against Cale Murray.
0-2, breaking ball. Krasminski fouls it back. You talked about Krasminski being a great bat in that leadoff spot. Had an RBI double on Friday in Brantford. I believe he played what ended up being the winning run against the Red Sox.
Yes.
0-2 count here in the first inning as Cale Murray trying to put away the first batter he faces on the mound in the Intercounty Baseball League. The right-hander sets and deals. Called strike 3 on the outside corner, a breaking ball that freezes Gibson Krasminski, and there's one away in the bottom of the first.
So both pitchers start things out with a strikeout to boot, and as you can see by the look on his face, the bit of the shrug there from Krasminski, he thought he was a little bit far outside. Perhaps he was a bit upset with himself as well, but umpire gives Big Kel Murray the benefit of the doubt, and it's a strikeout just like that. Great way to start off your IBL pitching career.
So Ty Mosher into the batter's box for the London Majors here with one away in the first inning. Mosher batting .326 for London this year. First pitch will be off the plate outside for ball 1.
Another one of those Majors who's really, really fantastic on the plate as well as defensively. We saw that incredible catch to prevent a double earlier. 14 hits, 10 runs to his name as well, and he's got 2 RBIs this season.
Ground ball hit over to first base. Routine play there for Nick Parsons, who calls off the pitcher Murray covering, and there's 2 gone now in the first.
Pretty routine play in the end there for Nick Parsons. Not too much of an effort, unfortunately, for Mosher. He dragged it right to him. Not the greatest start for the Majors offense so far, but the all-star catcher is trying to change that now. Eduardo DeOlio in the heart of the Majors order. A really tough part indeed, though. As we mentioned, 3 all-stars in a row. DeOlio followed by Cardoso and Starling Joseph, but DeOlio trying to keep them alive here in the first.
So DeOlio into the batter's box for London. .257 on the year, 5 long balls, 19 runs batted in. Pitch from Murray, up and in for ball 1.
Murray's done pretty well so far against, obviously, 2 leadoff men for the Majors, but this is where business really, really starts to get serious, and you see how he deals with the big boys.
Check swing, ground ball towards first base, and that's going to be an easy play for Parsons there. A very quick 1-2-3 inning for Cale Murray on just 9 pitches. He gets through the first inning in the Majors. We'll head to break and be right back with more Kitchener and London on Majors TV.
Hello, my name is Jim Nutter with Nutter's Award Store. Come along with me on a virtual tour to take a look at our amazing products and services that we're able to provide to you to help you with your recreation needs.
Go beyond the scores and get to know the athletes who call the Forest City home.
Joseph crushes one.
Game Day London brings you in-depth stories and conversations about London's major teams and the athletes. Whether it's in the rink with the Knights or on the field with the Majors, Game Day London has you covered from the start. For fresh and engaging sports coverage, visit GameDayLondon.com, a proud sponsor of Majors TV.
Back here on Majors TV for the top of the second inning. Travis Keys back out there on the mound. A successful first inning for both pitchers, Todd.
It really was, and we really expected that, obviously, from Travis Keys to really get back to the way things have been for him this season. As you mentioned, struggled a little bit as far as the strikeout column goes over his last several games, but 3 in the first inning, very, very good of him. And obviously Cale Murray, a little bit of a surprise, to be honest, for the Panthers. He started off very strong, facing 3 good bats for the Majors: Krasminski, Mosher, and DeOlio. DeOlio is definitely a bit off on that last one. It was a check swing that made its way over to first. Bit of a tough play for him, but nonetheless a good job by Murray to retire the side in order, and most impressively on only 9 pitches.
Absolutely. Travis Keys will now have to deal with 5, 6, and 7 in the Panthers order. Junior Ibarra, Spencer Ross, and Luke Murray. Cale Murray's twin brother, who is catching him today.
Yep.
If you want a cool story, there's one right there.
And Junior Ibarra is a really, really fantastic player to be in the DH spot today. 27 hits to his name, only batting .281. Still respectable for someone who's got such a big bat like him, as well as 16 RBIs to his name.
He will face Keys for the first time here. First pitch on its way, breaking ball, that's there for a strike, 0-1.
Barra also no stranger to the long ball, has hit 2 homers already this season.
Keys sets on the rubber, working from the stretch. Here's the 0-1. That one misses, and Ibarra did not go around, so it's 1-1. 1-1 count here. The first batter of the second inning. That one's off the plate outside. 2 balls and 1 strike.
You definitely have to be careful pitching to such a big bat like Ibarra. Keys trying to work the outside there, a low and away fastball. Didn't draw anything from Ibarra, though, so needs to switch up his tactics.
The 2-1 home. That one sails upstairs. 3-1. Hitters count here for Ibarra. Keys has done a good job up to this point, varying his speeds and keeping the Panthers off balance. We saw that particularly in the first inning. A lot of ugly swings for Kitchener in that first frame.
It really was, and that's something that one of the reasons he's one of my favorite pitchers to watch across all the IBL, Travis Keys. He's such a diverse pitcher.
That one's scorched. It's going to go off the glove of Cardoso. It's a fair ball down the line. Chasing after it is Starling Joseph in right field. Digging for second is Ibarra. The throw will be cut off by Gibson Krasminski, and it's a leadoff double for Junior Ibarra in this second inning.
And that was just a rocket shot off the bat of Ibarra. Too hot to handle for Caden Cardoso. Hit his glove, obviously, was ruled fair in the end, but it was a nice hit over to first base. Too hot to handle, got past his glove, and obviously it was a long run in the end for Starling Joseph, so he's going to be safe regardless. Ibarra reaches second and is in scoring position for the first time of either team today.
So Spencer Ross into the batter's box here for the Kitchener Panthers. Ross batting .377 this season across 22 games for Kitchener. In a crouched stance against Keys, trying to drive home the first run of this ball game. He squares around a bunt. It's popped up. Can DeOlio grab it? He cannot. He touches it. It's a fair ball. Ross trying to beat it out, and they still manage to get him on what could have been a better play for the Majors.
It really could have. That was almost a circus sequence there, but DeOlio smart in the end to keep his head calm under pressure. It was a close play at first with Spencer Ross, but he got the toss there in the end. Fortunately, though, for the Majors, the player is even further in scoring position. Junior Ibarra reached third there, and it looked like it was in the range of catching for Eduardo DeOlio. Just didn't stretch out in the end and made the safe play.
Keys wanted him to try to reach out and catch that baseball, but he didn't do it, and then he touched it in fair territory, so he couldn't even wait for it to roll foul. First pitch to Luke Murray is in there for a strike, 0-1.
Luke Murray, a DH historically this season so far. He's actually catching today.
Infield is in for the Majors, excuse me, Ty.
Just going to say he's hitting .286 on the year so far, but only 2 hits to his name.
Both Murray brothers playing at Lambton College this year. The 0-2 home. In the dirt, that one will go straight to the backstop. Charging for the plate is Junior Ibarra. He gets in there standing up, and the Kitchener Panthers are on the board first here in this second inning. They lead 1-0.
Yeah, just an unfortunate sequence there for the Majors. The toss got through the legs and behind Eduardo DeOlio, and after what was such an incredible first inning of play defensively for the team, flipped on a dime instantly. The other way around, some mistakes defensively, bit of bobbled balls, another wild toss, and fortunately it's going to cost the Majors this time. They trail 1-0.
So that line shot off the bat of Ibarra has been ruled an error to Caden Cardoso, so the run that scores there will be unearned. 2-2 count here on Luke Murray. Lefty Keys kicks and deals. Called strike 3. Finds the outside corner and freezes Murray for the second out of the second inning.
4 strikeouts so far for Travis Keys. Throughout his first 2 innings of play, that was a beauty. Outside corner, stretched it all the way across. Saw a nice look all the way through, and unfortunately, even if he had a better swing there, it would have been a tough play either way for Luke Murray. So a great toss after a wild pitch from Travis Keys to try to calm things down.
Spencer Voisin to the batter's box here for the Kitchener Panthers. Voisin the right fielder today as the first pitch finds the outside corner for strike 1.
Voisin's hitting .231 on the year so far. with 3 runs and 6 hits to his name across 26 at-bats.
1-1 count for him here against Keys. Cut on and miss on a pretty breaking ball there from the Majors left-hander, and he's got a 1-2 count.
Really, really pretty ball there from Travis Keys. He started off very, very strong in the first. His defense has let him down just a little bit in the second, but he definitely has the act to clean things up.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Eduardo De Olio will complete the putout by throwing it down to Caden Cardoso at first to end the inning. So 1 run across in the frame. It's unearned to Travis Keys, and he's got 5 punch-outs through 2 innings.
Now 5 strikeouts. What a start for Travis Keys. That's what you need from your ace on the mound against a team you really got to get a win against. And unfortunately for Keys, that run did get across. Obviously, as you mentioned, Dylan, not earned against him. That being said, his defense perhaps let him down a little bit in the end. Caden Cardoso, that ball was a rocket hit towards him. It was a tough play regardless, but it got behind him. And, of course, you had the potential for an earlier out on a diving play that wasn't made by Eduardo De Olio. So Majors maybe left a few things on there, stuff to clean up moving into the third.
Yeah, that line drive was going to be a tough play for Cardoso, like you mentioned. I don't see how De Olio doesn't come up with that popped bunt attempt, right? He had the time to pop out of the crouch and make the catch. I didn't see if maybe the batter got in his way a little bit, what happened there, and then to touch it and fair and not allow it to go foul, felt like a bit of a calamity of a defensive inning there for the Majors.
Yeah, it did, and I mean, that can be attributed to several different factors. It might be the heat, it might be the fact that they're just coming off the All-Star break. And
All-Star
still a little
break
bit
of one game, right?
Of one break,
Yeah.
and it was maybe a little bit in a relaxed mode, but that was a lot of fun. And while we're on the topic, Dylan, you had the chance to be one of the broadcasters for that game. What was your experience like?
It was fantastic. I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed my time in Welland. I think I thanked them as much as I could yesterday, and a big thank you to them once again for having me out. It was a terrific experience. They've done a great job with that stadium, a great job with the atmosphere. The home run derby did not disappoint. Drama in every round, and the All-Star game was pretty entertaining as well, plus fireworks to cap it all off. It was a great night of IBL baseball in Welland, that's for sure.
As you were saying, the field in Welland is just absolutely beautiful. They have an amazing ballpark, a lot of modern festivities around. Obviously, we love Labatt Memorial Park with all our hearts and our favorite baseball ground, but you have to respect what they have over in Welland, too.
Absolutely. They've got a very nice setup, a lot of patios and different places to get food and drinks and stuff, so a really good atmosphere at Welland Stadium. As we get back to baseball here at Labatt Park, Caden Cardoso settles into the batter's box. First pitch on its way from Cale Murray will miss for ball 1.
Caden Cardoso, obviously, a few games ago, had that 20-hit game streak ended, unfortunately, but it was good for a first across the IBL for the entire season and likely will stand for the remainder of the season.
1-0 is inside to Cardoso. 2 balls and no strikes. Cardoso had that streak snapped in Welland a couple of weeks ago. Two-0 count. Cardoso launches this one to right field, sinking quickly, and the Majors are into the hit column as Caden Cardoso laces a single in the left.
Well, as we mentioned, this would be the biggest test of the game for Cale Murray so far, perhaps throughout the entire game, facing Cardoso, Starling, Joseph coming up now. But Cardoso, a player, is hitting .379 on the year. Absolutely ridiculous. And 103 at-bats. He's had 39 hits now. That was his 40th hit of the season. 20 runs as well, on top of 20 RBIs. So perhaps a really good argument for one of the best players in the IBL this season, and definitely Rookie of the Year candidate.
So Starling Joseph into the batter's box now, another one of the Majors All-Stars. He put on a spectacle in the home run derby, hitting some of the longest home runs anybody's ever seen out of Welland Stadium, and he puts a pretty good ride into this one to right field, but it's not that deep. Charging over is Spencer Voisin, and he's got plenty of room to make the catch for the first out.
Yeah, he really did have a great day over in Welland, especially in the game as well. He doubled, he scored a run for the South team, and fortunately trying to get a decent start today. As you mentioned, he definitely had some speed and good velocity behind that one, just carried a bit too high and was a pretty routine play in the end for Spencer Voisin.
Majors are not making Cale Murray throw a lot of pitches. He's at 13 pitches through an inning and a third. We'll see what he can do against Byron Reichstein here. Reichstein hitting .261. Had a double on Friday. Great jump for Cardoso at first. Here's the throw from Ibarra. It is high, and Caden Cardoso swipes second base.
Talk about a perfect stolen base there. The timing was immaculate from Caden Cardoso. Read it the whole way through. Got a good lead off and made it over there well in time in the end. Wasn't even like it was a bad throw or anything from Luke Murray. It was just perfect timing from Cardoso and has thrusted the Majors in his scoring position.
So Cardoso in scoring position. That not charged as a mound visit for the Kitchener Panthers. Pitch was called a strike to Reichstein. Murray kicks and deals. Breaking ball sails high, and it is 1-1.
Definitely having a bit more trouble now, Cale Murray. Lost a bit of that confidence after Cardoso smacked one into left field and stole a base, trying to discombobulate the pitcher. And Reichstein just trying to advance.
Swing and a miss. That one skips away from Luke Murray, and I believe they called it a foul ball. Not sure, but either way, 1-2 the count. Home plate umpire threw his hands up there. I thought Byron just swung and missed at it, but ruled foul.
Reichstein, historically a tough at-bat, has walked 18 times already this season.
On the move to third is Cardoso. Reichstein on the ground towards second. Spencer Ross makes the play. He'll throw over to Parsons, and there's 2 away now in the bottom of the second inning.
So you can see how the Majors are approaching this game, Dylan. It's all out, it's full force, and it's playing ambitious and play to win. And Caden Cardoso was going to take that base no matter what in the end. It just happened that Reichstein got the contact to get it over to Spencer Ross, but he's in safely at third. Playing very well today so far and trying to get drove in by Victor Plaz.
So Plaz out of the batter's box. Had an RBI single on Friday against the Brantford Red Sox. Batting over 300 this season. Represented the Majors as an all-star reserve yesterday in Welland. Chance for the Majors to answer right back after Kitchener got on the board in the top of the second inning on the wild pitch. Murray takes a breath, rocks back and delivers. Breaking ball, that's in there for a strike, 0-1.
Another tough at-bat here for Cale Murray, considering Plaz, as you said, Dylan, over 300 hitter and 28 hits already on the season. So definitely a favorable opportunity for the Majors to drive in Cardoso.
0-1 count. Cardoso fakes a break from third. That one off the plate outside, 1-1.
Cardoso's trying to steal every single base out there so far, Dylan. He's really going for it, and I love the strategy.
Trying to get in the head of the pitcher out there, Cale Murray. Right-hander looks in and sets. The 1-1 pitch. Off the plate outside. Great block by his brother Luke, as he'll keep that in front of him, and it's a 2-1 count on Plaz.
It was a good block in the end from catcher Luke Murray, because that could have easily been a wild pitch behind and got Cardoso in to score, similarly to how Ibarra scored for the first run of the game so far. Cardoso almost capitalized off a similar situation, but Plaz held him off.
2-1 home. Plaz rips this one. It is just foul. Would have been trouble for the Panthers if it stayed fair, but just about 5 or 10 feet foul.
It was so close. He really wanted that one. Victor Plaz got great contact and ripped it down that third base line into the left field area. Fortunately, just shallow there, foul, but it was close at the end. It almost certainly would have been a double for him, an RBI double.
So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Cale Murray trying to put away Victor Plaz and strand Cardoso in scoring position. Plaz looking to even this ball game up. The 2-2 home. Breaking ball. Plaz lines that straight back at the screen. We'll try again on 2-2.
It's an important at-bat here, regardless of what happens for Victor Plaz, because you really have to start tiring out the arm of Luke Murray. As you mentioned, he's been sitting on so few pitches so far. A lot of quick at-bats for the Majors. So the fact that in a tedious situation here, he's trying to take him deep and into more and more pitches from Victor Plaz is very good on his part.
Breaking ball. That one doesn't find the strike zone. It's 3-2. Murray's got a sharp breaking slider. I know from experience, Ty.
And broadcasters can't say that too often, so that's impressive.
3-2, 2 out. Plaz looking to tie this ball game up. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball just missed high, and Plaz will take a well-earned walk.
Oh, talking about almost millimeters there, Dylan. Really did just miss high. It was just by a hair. Victor Plaz safely over now at first base. A big at-bat for him there, making that his 12th walk of the season. Majors painting the corners, and Brad Verhoeven, another big opportunity here to step in, potentially take the lead for the Majors now.
Verhoeven, 5 runs batted in this year for the Majors, batting .229 on the season. Right-hander Cale Murray delivers. First pitch is a called strike. It's 0-1. Verhoeven batting .273 this year with runners in scoring position. Has Cardoso standing out over at third. The 0-1 home. That's off the plate outside, 1-1.
Verhoeven definitely not the biggest bat on the Majors lineup. Only hitting .230 this year and has 8 hits to his name. That being said, has 5 RBIs though. So it'd be important to him to add on to his tally if he can get at least 1 here, if not 2, and take the lead.
The 1-1 on the move from first is Plaus. Pitches off the plate outside, and Plaus will be into second without a throw. So 2 now in scoring position for Verhoeven.
Read that nicely, Victor Plaus. It was fortunate for the Majors. Again, ambitious base running considering there's already 2 outs, Dylan, and could have ruined a great scoring opportunity that Brad Verhoeven has. But Plaus in there safely, and now could really change things up.
Jammed is Verhoeven there. Going to be a tough play for Gonzalez. It gets by him on the bare hand. Plaus will round third, and he'll charge for the plate. 2 runs will come in to score on a cue shot off the bat of Brad Verhoeven.
What a strange turn of events there on a 2 RBI single, and it was all because of the exit velocity and spin that ball had on it. Brad Verhoeven took a hack at it. It was coming towards him at a pretty awkward angle for the back to make contact with, was spinning over towards Raul Gonzalez sitting in shortstop today. A really, really tough play, got by his glove, and then the outfielders just kind of sat on it, as well as the infielders, got across for Cardoso, and so Victor Plaus also decided to come in, and it's a 2 RBI single for Brad Verhoeven. Really, really impressive stuff there from the Majors. Made something out of seemingly nothing there, and was a tough play regardless for Gonzalez, but the Majors are not going to care. They're taking the lead right back, 2-1.
Got a mound visit there for the Kitchener Panthers as Rick Boone tries to talk things over with Cale Murray and settle him down after a play you would have liked to have seen get made, but not the case.
Another 2024 All-Star.
That's been ruled a base hit on a tough play for Gonzalez. That scores 2 for Verhoeven. There's this notion going around online sometimes, Ty, that the Majors are not a good team with runners in scoring position. It's not really the case. They're batting .299 coming into today's game with runners in scoring position this season. It's a pretty good batting average when you got men in scoring position.
It's exactly why you don't listen to social media and armchair GMs.
On the move from first is Verhoeven. The throw is high. It's into center field. And so Brad Verhoeven steals second base. Another stolen base for the Majors. They must have picked up on something with the amount that they're running in this second.
They definitely have. And Dylan, that's 2 stolen bases on a 2 outs as well against them. So they're clearly confident with what they're doing. Their base running is solid so far. The timing has been immaculate. They've seen a lot that they like. They're taking their opportunities, and so far the Panthers have not done anything to combat those opportunities.
So 2-1 Majors here, 2 away in the bottom of the second inning. Murray delivers the 0-1. That one just upstairs, 1-1.
And this is really the nightmare here if you're Cale Murray. You had a good start, but now you're settling into the game, and just like that, the Majors have stolen runs back. Your defense is letting you down a little bit. In a tough situation, the Majors are not letting up in their base running, and it's all on you to clean things up. You're out there under the sweltering heat, and you have to do a good job to put your team back in a favorable position, but the Majors are making that really tough on Cale Murray.
1-2 count here with 2 outs for Drew Lawrence. Murray threw 9 pitches back in the first inning, 22 so far in the second. Lawrence ready in the box for Verhoeven in scoring position over at second base, as you see on our Game Day London mobile camera. That one hit on the ground towards shortstop. A more routine play for Gonzalez. Throw to first is in time to end the bottom of the second inning, but not before the Majors strike for 2 on a 2-run single for Brad Verhoeven. We head to the top of the third on Majors TV. Third inning about to get underway here from Labatt Memorial Park. Majors take a 2-1 lead. Both teams scoring in that second inning, both in kind of strange ways.
Very strange. Obviously, first for Junior Ibarra, he had that run across off a wild pitch from Travis Keys over to Eduardo De Olio that slipped by him. He made his way through, and then the really strange play where you had Caden Cardoso on third, Victor Plaza at second after stealing, both having stolen bases to get to their positions, and then you had a bit of a sliced ball that had so much spin and curve on it and curl all the way across to the shortstop from Brad Verhoeven that ended up scoring not one, it should have seemingly been none in the end. One for the Majors, and then they got across for two after the infielders and outfielders just let the ball sit, and nothing happened in the end. On top of that, Brad Verhoeven was safe over at first, so just a disaster class in defense off that particular sequence for the Panthers and Cale Murray. They're going to want that one back, and the Majors took full advantage of it, leading 2-1 now.
Thanks for that recap, Ty, of an adventurous second inning for both sides. A.J. Carosas will lead off this third for the Kitchener Panthers. It will be 9-1-2 here for Kitchener. Carosas, Jacqueline, and Raul Gonzalez. Carosas hitting 176 this year. And he sends this one in the air to right field. Joseph tracking back, still going back, looking up, and that ball is out of here. A.J. Carosas leads off the third inning with a solo home run to even this ball game up at 2-2.
Well, Dylan, I think he heard you announce his 176 average this year. He took that personally and sent a rocket out to right field. What a blast against Travis Keys. He really saw that one the whole way through. The exit velocity perfect, the timing perfect, and the bat speed absolutely perfect. Just like that, tie game again. We're going back and forth between the Majors and the Panthers.
That one a moonshot off the bat of Carosas. Here's the first pitch. That one will miss for ball one here to Blake Jacqueline. Jacqueline is 0 for 1 on the day for the Kitchener Panthers. 1-0. There for a strike, 1-1.
Beautiful pitch. Slider got all the way across there in the end. Bit low and away for Blake Jacqueline. If there's a positive after that home run giving up for Travis Keys, he's facing a part of the order that he did extremely well against in the first. He struck out Jacqueline. He only allowed a single to Raul Gonzalez and then proceeded to strike out both Nick Parsons and Tyler Henriquez.
I'm not 100% sure on this, Ty, but I believe that might be the first IBL home run for A.J. Carosas. If so, congratulations to him. Has been with the Panthers a number of seasons.
You are absolutely correct. Actually, that is his first home run as a Panther.
Fouled off. Now, the problem is, on Point Streak, he's got several different profiles listed. So trying to decipher which is the correct one for each season that he's been. He's got a different one for every year he's been a Kitchener Panther, and he's been a Kitchener Panther since, well, at least 2021. 1-2. Jacqueline in the air, foul territory. Giving chase are both Verhoeven and Plaz, but that one's out of play.
Point streak can definitely be a nightmare sometimes, not just for broadcasters, for fans at home, but trying to get things sorted out for you here.
At least you can get the live following of the games now, because for a while that was impossible to get online.
Yes.
It's all sorted out now. So yes, that is the first home run for A.J. Carosas. Has been with the Panthers since the 2021 season. Spent parts of 4 seasons now in Kitchener. As that one misses high to Blake Jacqueline, it's 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Keys trying to set down Jacqueline for the second time today. He'll rip this one, but it's well foul, and so we'll try again on 2-2.
Entering this third inning of play, Travis Keys was sitting on 31 for his pitch count. Fairly respectable, as considering that in a lot of the starts that Travis Keys has had and exited early in the game, he's really had the pitch count run fairly high against him, getting towards the 5th, 6th inning. So if he can have a nice long outing today against the Panthers and make it quite a long time on the mound for him, that would be impressive, considering that the Majors really need that from their ace. Try to limit the amount of time they put bullpen players in and keep the lineup healthy going forward into a tough stretch of the season.
2-2 count here to Jacqueline. Majors have the week off pretty much until Friday when the Toronto Maple Leafs are in town after this contest. That one's high, and now it's 3-2. Jacqueline doing a great job of working this count.
Yeah, they play next Friday, July 26th against the Maple Leafs, and it's a home and home in a span of 2 days, and they go to Christie Pitts again to take on the Maple Leafs, and then 2 games in their next 5 against the Welland Jackfish. So really highly anticipated matchup there.
Another foul ball off the bat of Blake Jacqueline, continuing to make Travis Keys work. 8 pitch at bats so far. Jacqueline ready in the box, looking out at Travis Keys, who comes set. The 3-2 once more. On the ground towards first. That one skips over the glove of Cardoso. It's a fair ball. Jacqueline around the first base bag. He'll charge hard for second. It is deep in the corner. He's around second, moving towards third. It's a triple for Blake Jacqueline, and the Panthers have a runner over at third base with nobody out.
Well, it started for a tough play with Caden Cardoso. The ball hopped right over his glove and made it deep, deep, deep into right field. A long run for Starling Joseph off a ball that didn't get there particularly quickly. Bit of a slow one, so Starling had a lot to do. And obviously, really, really fast player in Blake Jacqueline. Had no problem getting over the third and was there in more than enough time. So a great start for him. Shoots his team in the scoring position with no outs in the top of the third.
Raul Gonzalez into the batter's box here, 1 for 1 of the day. Here's the pitch from Travis Keys. Ooh, didn't miss by much. It's 1-0.
Yeah, tough call. Did not miss by much indeed. Few of those so far in this game. And decision from crew chief home plate John Thompson.
2-0 count now on Gonzalez. Infield hit for him the last time. That was a diving play by Mosher, and the throw just wasn't in time.
It's a big opportunity for Gonzalez, considering he is the hit leader currently on the Panthers with 34.
That one ripped down the left field line. That will score Blake Jacqueline easily, and Raul Gonzalez will pull into second with an RBI double to give the Kitchener Panthers a 3-2 lead.
Well, that was ripped. He read that the whole way through off Travis Keys. And just I was talking about how good of a hitter he was. His 35th hit of the year is an RBI double. And now the Majors are going to talk things over after Travis Keys a bit shaky on the mound in this third after giving up that solo home run. The triple, which was definitely not totally against his fault, but now a big hit for an RBI double after Raul Gonzalez has smacked one into left field, and Brent Wills is going to talk things over.
So Brent Wales heads out to the mound to talk things over with Travis Keys, looking to get him back on track here. Had a pretty solid first couple of innings. We mentioned that run in the second, unearned, and really couldn't have been less earned for Travis Keys. I mean, there were a lot of different defensive miscues that led up to that play.
Definitely.
But in this second inning, he has not recorded an out. It's been 3 extra base hits. The Panthers are a single away from the cycle in this inning. Carosas led off with a home run, then Jacqueline hit a triple, and Gonzalez doubled. So another runner in scoring position here for Parsons.
Yeah, what an opportunity for Parsons here to further add on to the lead and add on to the damage. It's really good that Kitchener, if they were going to have a tough time in this contest, it would be because of Travis Keys, but they've seemed to really neutralize that threat so far and have been trading blows with the Majors, which is really important, especially considering this one is shaping out to be a bit of a slugfest. Might be a barn burner in the end, but we're all here for it. And if you like offense, this appears to be your kind of game.
So Parsons takes that up and away for ball 1 as he tries to add on to the offense for the Kitchener Panthers. Daniel Gore getting loose in the Majors bullpen as that one will miss it. It's 2-0.
This is definitely one of the earliest times I've ever seen a bullpen pitcher starting to get warmed up for the Majors. In the third inning, and your ace is out there, Travis Keys. Obviously, as we talked about, Dylan,
that one lined off the top of the glove, applause into left field. Verhoeven will come up throwing and hold Gonzalez to third base, but it's runners on the corners for the Panthers here with nobody out in the third.
And with that single, they have completed the cycle, the collective team cycle in this third inning of play, as you were talking about.
4 straight batters as well.
4 straight batters. And it was actually, Dylan, I believe, in the order that it was the most difficult. It was home run, then a triple, then a double, and now a single.
Well,
so
really, what's harder, a home run or a triple? Let's be honest here.
That is true. Probably a triple statistically to actually get around over there, but home run is definitely the more sought after. Just I was talking about Travis Keys, how not all the defensive mishaps have been his fault in his pitching. Some defensive errors in there as well over to the first base area and on the side of Eduardo De Olio, but Majors just kind of falling apart defensively across the board here in this third.
That one in the air, going to be a tough play. Shallow center field. Lawrence charging in. It will drop in front of him. Gonzalez will come in to score, and it's 4-2 Kitchener on a bloop single for Tyler Henriquez.
And you can actually see out there in center field, Drew Lawrence saw that the whole way through, but he slipped a little bit. He tried to get a good lead off, get out there quickly. I believe it was right. His right foot slightly gave up on him. Took a tiny bit of a tumble, and that split second made the difference in the end. Wasn't quick enough to get to the ball, and another one scores for the Panthers. Already 3 runs in this third inning of play, and just another ridiculous sequence. The home run, a triple, an RBI double, a single, and now an RBI single.
So that'll be it for Travis Keys here on this Sunday afternoon from Labatt Park. He will exit after 2 innings plus 5 batters. The 2 runners on are his responsibility. Daniel Gore into the ball game. This is a pitching change brought to you by Throw London, London's original knife throwing.
My name is Amy, and I am a league member at Throw London. When I first started, I had no experience and was super nervous. But before I knew it, the awesome lane coaches and the other league members who are like family jumped in, gave me pointers, and helped me out. Don't forget to book your event at Throw London.
Back here on Majors TV, Daniel Gore into the ball game here for London. The tall, lanky right-hander pitching in game number 10 on the season.
Yeah, and Dylan coming into the game in rather dramatic fashion, and an unexpected fashion, might I add, because Travis Keys started this game off red hot, 3 strikeouts to his name. It's not often that a player only on 49 pitches and 5 strikeouts gets pulled so early on in the game, also considering that he's definitely one of the Majors' top players and considered a Majors ace out there, but Daniel Gore has to come clean things up after a rocky third inning, not just, of course, against Travis Keys, but against the entire Majors defense across the board. They've let up 3 runs, but Gore enters this game not on his best baseball that he's ever played in his life. In 9 games so far, a 9.75 ERA against him, and just over 12 innings pitched. Well, I should say 12 innings exactly pitched, actually. Also 18 hits against him, so big opportunity for him to try to clean things up this year statistically, especially right now in this game, and they really need his best efforts, the Majors.
2 on, nobody out. Not an easy task for Gore, who this season has a bit of an elevated walk total, 10 walks in 12 innings, to go along with 10 strikeouts. First pitch to Junior Ibarra is there for a strike. The last time Gore worked was actually during the doubleheader in Kitchener on July 7th. He threw an inning and a third, allowed 2 runs on 3 hits, 1 walk and 1 strikeout. Will be asked to at minimum get out of this third inning here.
And we'll keep a close eye on the Majors bullpen to see if any further action's in there, but it's Gore's mound from now on, and in that game he appeared in obviously the Majors' 6-2 loss, followed by the game before that actually a 14-4 loss against the Panthers. For some reason, we mentioned previously, the Panthers towards the bottom of the table this year, but they just seem to have the Majors number.
0-2 count here for Daniel Gore against Junior Ibarra. That one in the dirt, blocked by Eduardo De Olio, and it's 1-2.
Really impressive, though, so far from Kitchener. No outs in this third inning. 3 runs already scored. They have 2 on right now. and an opportunity to really blow this game wide open. It's no surprise that this team scored 17 runs against the Maple Leafs just a couple days ago, the way they're hitting right now.
The 1-2 home. Line drive off of Gore on the mound. Tries to find the baseball. Will go to third, and it's in time to get Nick Parsons over there. So the concern shifts to Gore to make sure he's all right, but they get the lead runner.
And I'm not sure Gore, if he had the decision, initially wanted to throw that ball over the third. Just the way his body was positioned on that one, it awkwardly hit off his shin, dropped nicely for him. He was already facing the direction of Victor Plaz, so decides to toss it over to third. And I like that decision in the end for the Majors, because they really have to prevent the runners in scoring position here and cut down, start getting more outs. So it was probably the right throw in the end there from Daniel Gore. And finally, the Majors have one down in this third.
Still runners at first and second now with one out after Gore catches the lead runner there. Spencer Ross will step into the batter's box here for Kitchener. He had a sacrifice bunt that arguably could have been caught by DeOlio behind the plate in his last trip.
Now batting, second baseman, number 5.
One of the ones we'll be talking about maybe for the remainder of this game, depending how things turn out, because that looked like it could have easily been an out for Eduardo DeOlio. Left it in the end, perhaps uncharacteristic of the all-star catcher. But that's in the past now. The Majors really have to focus on getting out the rest of these Panthers.
First pitch will miss for ball 1 to Ross. 1-0 the count. Gore looks in for the sign and comes set. Kicks and deals with the 1-0. Inside, that's going to hit Ross. So a hit by pitch will load the bases with one out in the top of the third.
That's really something that you did not need if you were the London Majors. Unfortunately, Daniel Gore's ball just way too far inside off already a prolific hitter. Spencer Ross hitting .377 on the year, Dylan, across 61 at-bats, 23 hits to his name. He loads the bases here with his 11th walk, or technically 11th time reaching base, but that will go down as an HBP. And just, again, bad timing for Daniel Gore. Bases loaded, only one out. If you're the Majors, you're praying for a double play.
That one inside, gets away from DeOlio, but staying over at third is Henriquez. Luke Murray in the batter's box, the catcher in the game today. A chance to help his brother out on the mound if he can get a base hit here that might score 2. Henriquez at third, Ibarra at second, and Ross over at first. Here's the pitch. Outside corner, 1-1.
I'd say if you're Gore here, you really got to rely on your fastball. Try to go inside here is favorable positioning for him.
1-1 breaking ball, misses inside, 2-1.
Had a lot of movement on that breaking ball inside. You're really trying to force any bad hit here to create a double play of any kind for the Majors, as this could be the deciding inning potentially, this third, so early on in the game.
Line drive left field, caught by Verhoeven, tagging from third, Henriquez. Here's the throw to the plate. It is off the mark, so it's a sacrifice fly for Luke Murray, and that makes it a 5-2 Panthers lead.
And it was a tough play regardless there for Brad Verhoeven. The throw was not terrible, Dylan. Had a good amount of velocity on it. Unfortunately, timing was just a little bit off and would have been tough for no matter who was out there in left field. But Enriquez safe across to score. Panthers now have 4 in the inning, and they lead 5-2.
Spencer Boisin to the batter's box here for Kitchener, as the book is now closed on Travis Keys. Goes 2 innings plus 5 batters, 6 hits, 5 runs for the Mern. No walks and 5 strikeouts. 1-0 here on Boisin. Still a runner in scoring position for Kitchener with Ibarra over at second. Ross standing at first. The 1-0 home. Inside, DeOlio a snap throw, and back with the dive easily is Ross.
Definitely would have been timely to get one of those across, one of those pickoffs, famous from Eduardo DeOlio's arsenal. It's no stranger to doing that this year. He's done it a plethora of times already. Kenny Cardoso was ready over at first, but the leadoff was not enough from Spencer Ross.
Count is actually 1-1. That one was called a strike. I think I'm 0 for 3 on guessing calls from the umpire where there's a throwdown. We had a couple of steal attempts. I think I was wrong on both of those guesses and wrong again there. So what do I know, Ty, up here in the broadcast booth?
Bit of a tough day for the Majors so far. Tough day for us. It is a hot one, Dylan.
2-1 count. Here's the pitch. That one hit on the ground to Caden Cardoso at first. He'll gobble it up, flip to Daniel Gore, and end this top of the third inning, but not before the Panthers strike for 4 in the frame and lead 5-2.
Again, such an impressive inning, and it was right from the get-go in that third from the Kitchener Panthers. Started off with A.J. Cardoso hitting his first career home run as a Panther. Amazing stuff from him. Then a triple from Jacqueline, RBI double from Gonzalez, a single from Parsons, an RBI single from Henriquez, another single from Ibarra, an HBP from Ross, and a sac fly for an RBI on behalf of Luke Murray, added up to 4 additional runs to the Panthers tally, leading 5-2 now. And it was really unfortunate because the Majors did not look like they were going to come out and do that in the inning, considering they had a really strong start under Travis Keys. I don't think anybody in this ballpark was expecting him to get tossed out of the game only in the third inning, or taken out of the game, I should say. Daniel Gore in relief now, and we'll see how that shakes up the Majors pitching for the remainder of this one.
Justin Koehler is at field level now. Justin, what do you got for us?
Star festivities officially wrapped up. The team now enters the kind of later stages of the season, and with that, everything starts to be under the microscope. The Majors are in that exact position right now. I had the chance to talk to Roop a little bit earlier, and he said one of the biggest problems facing this team right now is getting hits, and particularly hitting with runners in scoring position. Over their last 6 games, the team is sitting 3-3, but they were never able to score more than 6 runs in any of those contests, and that's something that's tough to be doing in a hitter-friendly league like the IBL, particularly from one that's hoping to be a contender well into the postseason as well. And on top of that, during that same stretch, they've actually had a tough time getting hits on the board as well. In their game up against Guelph not long ago, they were only able to collect 7. And in the recent win up against the Brantford Red Sox, they were only able to collect 6, actually getting out-hit in that contest as well. All said and done, though, everyone knows exactly what this Majors roster is made of, both from the players and the fans alike, and we've seen plenty of contact and power to turn things around for the rest of the season. And so with that, let's send it back up to Ty and Dylan in the Game Day London press box. And gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the team so far?
Thanks, Justin. The Majors down by a score of 5-2 here at Labatt Memorial Park. Jose Vasquez into the ball game for the Kitchener Panthers. The 6'4", 215 right-hander pitching in game number 9 this year, Ty. He's had some success against the Majors in the past this year.
Yeah, he really has. One of the first games, the very first game actually, that the Majors played against the Kitchener Panthers came back on Friday, May 24th, I should say. It's their first time in town since that game, actually, Dylan. 5-2 win, and Vasquez pitched one of the best games across the IBL so far this season. A complete game, so rare in baseball as we see a drop ball, a dangerous drop ball, actually, from Luke Murray, but Vasquez steps in. He's had a lot of success in the past, especially against the London Majors, so he's trying to keep things steady for his side, who currently lead by 3.
Vasquez in his second season in Kitchener, his third year in the Intercounty Baseball League, facing Gibson Krasminski for London. Krasminski is 0 for 1 on the day. Get a look at him there on our Game Day London mobile camera. Into the lineup goes Vasquez. That one up and away. It's 1-1. Vasquez looks in for the sign, rocks into the windup. Here's the 1-1 home. Breaking ball, falls in for strike 2 to Krasminski.
Krasminski in his very first strikeout of the game, and a ball similar to that, called also a strike on the home plate umpire today. Doesn't like that strike zone being expanded a little bit too much for his liking, but definitely the very capable arm of Jose Vasquez, typical of him to expand the strike zone and really make his opposing player look silly.
2-2 pitch on its way to Krasminski. Late on it, fouls it off towards my car there, Ty. I'm hoping I'm all clear on that side.
We're praying there, and that's why we advise you always on the broadcast, keep that car parked as far away as possible, in the back corners if you can. But Hopefully a little bit shallow there, and no car was hit in the end. But you can see the exit velocity was so quick there because these fastballs are coming in with a lot of speed from Jose Vasquez. Has a really, really good ball in his arsenal and is just so quick for his opposing batters.
Uses all of his big frame. He's a big guy out there on the mound. Full count pitch to Krasminski is ball 4. So a good walk earned there by Gibson Krasminski, and he's aboard to lead off the 3rd inning.
So not the strongest start for Vasquez coming into the game. That being said, he shouldn't feel too discouraged because his pitches are definitely there. The speed's there, despite being a little bit late to the game today, Dylan, for a bit of a unique reason.
It's an IBL story, Ty.
It is.
Jose Vasquez, if you look at the Kitchener Panthers lineup card, was listed as the starter before being scratched out because we are told he was stuck in traffic on the 401 on his way here.
That is the most IBL excuse to ever being late to a game I think I've ever heard in my life. But he's coming and he looks ready to, like I said, despite that walk. The speed is there, the focus there, and he really puts all of his weight, 215 pounds, behind his 6'4" frame in these fastballs.
First pitch at Ty Mosher will miss for ball 1. Vasquez from Cambridge, Ontario. So likely coming from Cambridge. Ran into some traffic and got stuck there, which led to a start for Cale Murray, in which he impressed. Allowed 2 runs in the 2nd inning on a bit of a strangely hit ground ball. On the move from first, Krasminski. Mosher puts a charge into this one to right field. Hit pretty well. Going back, and it's off the wall. Krasminski around 3rd. He'll get the wave to the plate. Here's the throw. It is not in time. An RBI double for Ty Mosher. And the Majors have cut the deficit to 2.
Well, what a contest we have at hand, Dylan. Balls are being absolutely smacked all across the field today. That one was ripped into right. Made it actually to the wall, smacked the back of the wall, and then dropped finally. Ty Mosher getting Gibson Krasminski across to score. They crawl back in this one, only trailing 5-3 now. The team's just trading punches and good offense. And just as we were talking about how good of a job Cale Murray did filling in for Jose Vasquez, Vasquez finds himself in a bit of a tricky situation early on in his starting position here, trying to get things under control. But he has lots of experience at hand for him. Back on date, playing for Brantford in the summer of 2016 in the IBL, so he's been around quite a long time.
Eduardo De Olio into the batter's box here for London, 0 for 1 on the day. Gibson Krasminski was running on that last pitch, which allowed him to score with ease on the Mosher double, and a strong throw from right field as well, worth mentioning. Spencer Voisin from the right field corner pretty much got it to second base in the air and nearly over the head of Raul Gonzalez over there.
Yep.
Just about a second late to tag Ty Mosher.
Credit where credit due. That is a formidable throw from right field.
The 0-1 home, breaking ball in the dirt, blocked by Murray behind the dish, and so Mosher will stay out in scoring position at second. Majors trail 5-3, being out hit 6-3 right now. Good chance to add on another and cut the deficit to 1 with De Olio at the plate, representing the tying run. Pitch from Vasquez on its way. Breaking ball. De Olio lines this one down the left field line. It's going to roll towards the wall around 3rd, and coming in to score is Ty Mosher. De Olio takes the turn around first, and he will stay put there. It's an RBI single for the Majors catcher, and it's a 5-4 game.
Oh my goodness, these teams are just mirrors of themselves, really. If you go back to that amazing offensive inning that the Kitchener Panthers just had, scoring 4 runs, they got started off super hot with no outs, and just like that, the Majors crawl back within 1 on no outs as well, already scoring 2 runs. It started off with a walk from Krasminski, an RBI double from Ty Mosher, and now an RBI single from Eduardo De Olio, and it only gets more difficult from here. Caden Cardoso steps back in now.
So Cardoso to face Vasquez here, with De Olio standing over at first. Cardoso line drive center field. That one's going to drop in for a base hit. So Caden Cardoso 2 for 2 on the day. The Majors have 2 on with nobody out, and Jose Vasquez is going to get a visit on the mound here.
Mentioned it's only going to get more difficult. Caden Cardoso shows us why. Slaps another one after his first single was in the left field. This one's to center. And it created a little bit of a run for Blake Jacklin. I think he knew he wasn't going to get anywhere particularly near the ball for a clean catch in the end, so he's going to let it drop in front of him, play it safe, and not let De Olio potentially even get over further to 3rd. But the Majors have 2 on right now, no outs. Starling Joseph about to step back into the box, and after what weekend he had, he is ready to go off here, potentially due for a homer. We'll see after all those long ones he hit during the Derby.
He's got DeOlio at second, Cardoso at first. Jose Vasquez came into this outing looking for a bit of a bounce back. The last time he pitched was last Sunday at home against the Barrie Bay Cats. Went 3 2/3 innings, allowed 8 runs, 7 of them earned, 11 hits in the ball game. Did not walk a batter, struck out 3 in what was a 10-5 loss for the Kitchener Panthers. So far, he's not been able to record an out. He's allowed 3 hits back-to-back and has issued a free pass. So he's looking to turn things around here against Joseph.
Definitely has to get things under control and get things under control very quickly. I'm going to call this the 401 factor right now, Dylan, because it's seemed to have a bit of an effect in coming in late in the game. I thought the pitches looked good and they were strong at first, only walking Krasminski. Then the Majors just have been so hot at the plate. It's really showing off now. Trying to tie this game with no outs in the third.
Tying run over at second in the form of DeOlio, and a disengagement there from Vasquez on the mound, his first of this plate appearance.
Again, another situation where the defense is begging for a double play here, trying to slow down the offense any way they can, and Vasquez certainly can provide that for him. A beautiful fastball gets by Joseph there.
First pitch called a strike. Joseph looked like he held back on the swing, but it didn't matter. We take a well-placed single to score DeOlio from second. Cardoso at first has pretty good speed. If it's in the gap, he should be able to score. 0-1 count here. And a throw over. It is going to be blocked by Spencer Ross. Raul Gonzalez called for that pick play. He was pointing to Ross, said get in there because DeOlio's got a big lead. They throw over and DeOlio back with a dive.
Really, thank goodness that Ross was able to get a piece of his body behind that one, because Vasquez put some mustard on it. Could have easily gotten by Ross and slipped in the center field area. DeOlio potentially over to third with no outs, but nothing amounted in the end.
0-1 count here to Starling Joseph. Vasquez kicks and deals. That's off the plate outside. It's 1-1.
You could see by the freeze there in the end of Luke Murray. He thought that might have been called a strike too. I thought it was definitely close, Dylan, but the fastballs are coming in with a lot of velocity. Tough call in the end, but smart of Joseph to leave it. Didn't even attempt a swing.
1-1 count here. Here's the pitch. DeOlio fakes a breaking ball, big swing, and Joseph comes up empty. It's 1-2.
Comes up empty and way late on that one, Dylan. Fastball high and inside. Drew a big swing, and I really don't have a good response to perhaps why that was so late, other than the fact that maybe it was so fast, or Eduardo DeOlio kind of faked a run over to third, so that might have potentially thrown Joseph off too in his peripheral vision.
We got dueling Let's Go Panthers and Let's Go Majors chants right now. Here's the 1-2, cut on and missed. Murray can't find it, but he's able to corral it, and so there's one gone.
Couldn't find it. I thought it was behind him too. I thought another one had slipped behind him there for Eduardo DeOlio to make his way over to third, but it was a lot simpler of a play than he had ever anticipated. Just dropped right in front of him. And unfortunately, not the hottest start for Starling Joseph. 0-2 on the day. Flew out to right field, and then a strikeout here. Byron Reichstein also in his last at-bat grounded out, so he's trying to change things now for the Majors, trying to tie the game up and potentially take the lead.
Reichstein is 0 for 1 today. Had an RBI double against the Brantford Red Sox on Friday. Here's the pitch to Reichstein. That one sails high. It's ball 1.
You mentioned the crowd, Dylan, trying to heat up a little bit, make the game even more interesting, and a decent turnout on a Sunday afternoon. A lot of people right in front of us, considering it's so hot, trying to stay out of the sun, and are taking shade here and shelter under the beautiful stanchions at Labatt Memorial Park in front of us in the press box.
1-0 home. Reichstein fouls that one straight back to the screen, 1-1. It's a hot one today, Ty. You're absolutely right. It looks pretty bare down the lines, but you can see on our center field camera that behind the plate it is jam-packed.
It is. Not just hot, but a really sunny one, too. The sun's coming down, very, very humid. And that always has some of an effect on players, especially as the game gets into the latter stages.
1-1 count here. Pitch to Reichstein. Misses 2-1.
Considering it's an early start as well, the entire game will be played under daylight and sunlight as well, so got to stay hydrated out there if you're a player.
Vasquez hit 20 pitches through a third of an inning. DeOlio standing over at second base. Cardoso at first. Here's the pitch. Reichstein late on that one, fouls it off towards the parking lot, and it's 2-2. One out here in the bottom of the third. Vasquez trying to pitch his way out of this jam. He's already allowed 2 in the inning. The right-hander sets. And delivers. Good breaking ball, lots of movement on it. Reichstein able to get a piece and stay alive.
Kresminski not able to fully line anything up that Vasquez has tossed towards him. Plenty of foul balls. I believe that's the third one in a row. Keeping himself alive, though, at the plate, making it a tough at-bat for Vasquez.
3 foul balls for Reichstein this at-bat, as you mentioned, Ty. Here comes the 2-2. Inside and low, skips away from Murray, but not far enough for DeOlio to advance, so the count now runs full on Reichstein with 1 away.
Reichstein was fairly confident there, didn't even attempt a swing in the end. Was well inside. I expected an inside fastball there from Vasquez, but didn't get quite the positioning he wanted and didn't draw any swing. So count makes its way to full.
3-2, 1 out. Here's the pitch. Inside, ball 4. So Reichstein lays off the breaking ball, works a walk, and loads the bases for Victor Plaz.
Oh, what a fantastic at-bat that was for Byron Reichstein. Made it so difficult on Jose Vasquez. Fouled him off 3 times. Watched the ball sail inside him on a pitch he easily could have swung out and missed as well, but kept disciplined. And just like that, with only 1 out in the bottom of the third, the Majors load the bases on a huge opportunity for the all-star third baseman Victor Plaz.
Plaz is 0 for 0 on the day. Worked a walk in a good at-bat against Cale Murray his first time up. Plaz the 7th man to hit this inning. Corners are slightly in. Parsons more so than Karosas. Parsons playing in front of Reichstein. Karosas still back of the bag. Middle infield at double play depth. Long look in from Vasquez, and Plaz will call time.
Just didn't quite get the signal that he wanted, but he was taking a while there. Didn't even budge, just kept a dead eye over at his catcher, Luke Murray.
No shakes, no nods, nothing. It was just a straight look. First pitch to Plaz on the way, breaking ball, misses for ball 1.
And these are the moments that you look back on as game-defining in this one, especially considering bases are loaded. Victor Plaz needs to come up. His team is behind. And a crucial, potentially clutch moment here for the Majors if he's able to score at least one, if not every player on base.
And he gets hit by the pitch. That offering from Vasquez rides up and in on Plaz and clips him, so that will force in a run, and the Majors have tied this game 5-5.
Well, perhaps not the scenario that Victor Plaz wanted to get over to first, but it works out in the end considering no outs across the board. Everyone shifts over, but then Eduardo DeOlio into score, so we have a tied game, 5-5. We're only in the third, Dylan. This one's shaping up to be a barn burner.
As long as it's not 19-17 tie, I'm happy. But we'll see what we get here on this Sunday afternoon from Labatt Park with Bradford Hooven coming into the batter's box. A mound visit here from Murray to talk to Vasquez. Stephen Gomes, the first base umpire, comes in there to ensure it is correctly registered as not a mound visit.
And you know, Dylan, I might stand corrected because if it is a 1917 game, we might very well play into nightfall and get out of the sun here.
Don't start with that, Ty. I cannot handle that. If we're here till sundown, that'd be terrible.
Definitely would. But Brad Verhoeven got things started off for the Majors with an RBI, a 2 RBI single, actually, if you recall, scoring both Eduardo De Olio and Caden Cardoso.
Verhoeven into right center field. Going to be a tough play. Charging is Voisin's going to drop in for a base hit. Charging for the plate is Cardoso. The throw in comes to third. It's another single for Brad Verhoeven. It's another RBI, and the Majors take a 6-5 lead.
So Brad Verhoeven 2 for 2 on the day, 3 RBIs to his name, and the Majors take the lead 6-5 in dramatic fashion, now matching the tally that Kitchener had in the third as well. Both teams scoring 4 runs so far, and perhaps the Majors aren't done yet because that single kept the bases loaded now. This one could be an absolutely crazy third inning. Big opportunity here for, I believe, Tristan Osika now stepping into the game.
Pinch hitter for Drew Lawrence here in this third inning is Tristan Osika. An early pinch hitter for the Majors. Perhaps Lawrence may have tweaked something in his last at-bat, not sure. There is action in the Kitchener Panthers bullpen. Adam Robertson beginning to loosen up. Bases loaded, 1 out. Pitch to Osika is there for strike 1.
On Tristan Osika this season, a .310 hitter and 42 at-bats. He has 13 hits, 5 runs to his name. There's also gone across 5 runs with 5 RBIs. So opportunity to do even more damage here. The high fastball from Vasquez hasn't gotten things quite under control whatsoever. Came into this game extremely shaky, and it's really showing, costing his Panthers now. And they have a play warming up in the bullpen as well, Dylan.
Yes, that's Adam Robertson. 29 pitches through a third of an inning, for Jose Vasquez since coming into the ball game. Vasquez sets, and Osika calls time in the batter's box, so Vasquez will have to step off.
The second time that he's taken a while. The first time was against Victor Plaz. He called a timeout as well. More of the same here. We know what happened after that one. He nailed Victor Plaz in the back. We'll see what this offering brings.
1-1. Osika on the ground. This could be 2. Gonzalez, a little bit of trouble with it. Glove flip to second for 1. On to first in time. So the Panthers turn 2 and minimize the damage in that spot. But the Majors, they get 4 of their own in the third inning, and they lead by a score of 6-5. Ty White on the call when we come back from Labatt Park.
Hello, my name is Jim Nutter with Nutter's Award Store. Come along with me on a virtual tour to take a look at our amazing products and services that we're able to provide to you to help you with your recreation needs.
On the scores and get to know the athletes who call the Forest City home.
Joseph crushes one.
Game Day London brings you in-depth stories and conversations about London's major teams and the athletes. Whether it's in the rink with the Knights or on the field with the Majors, Game Day London has you covered from the start. For fresh and engaging sports coverage, visit GameDayLondon.com, a proud sponsor of MajorsTV.
Welcome back, folks, inside Labatt Memorial Park. London Majors taking on the visiting Kitchener Panthers in town for the first time since May 24th of this year. And if you're just joining us, it's been an absolute thriller as the kids are rounding the bases, a tradition here at Labatt Park. Every single game, get the youngsters out there. But what a crazy turn of events has been so far. The third inning saw 8 runs for both teams. Across both teams, I should say, Kitchener and London scoring 4 respectively, and that puts this game tally at 6-5 in favor of the Majors. Unfortunately, a ground out from Tristan Osika in his first at-bat ended the bases loaded streak there for the side, but not before they were able to take the lead after allowing 4 themselves in the third. We've seen some pitching changes as well. We've had Travis Keys replaced by Daniel Gore, who remains on the mound for the London Majors, as well as Cale Murray replaced by Jose Vasquez. And it looks like another replacement, Champ Gardner, is going to be checking into the game. I believe taking the center field spot. We'll see how that fully shakes things up defensively. We saw Osika step in as well. And we'll take a peek. It appears like everything is normal for the infield. And the only change is Champ Gardner in center. Daniel Gore back on the mound now. And it appears we're at the very bottom of the order for the Kitchener Panthers. A.J. Carosis, who hit his first career home run as a Panther in his last at-bat, which started an onslaught of offense, almost followed by 4 or 5 consecutive hits, scoring so many for his side. As I mentioned, 4 in that third. Entering the fourth now. 0-1 count is now at 1-1. Fouled off by Carosis. Daniel Gore having a rather high ERA so far in the season, above 970. Not fully playing right or to his standards, as we see a nasty ball there delivered to the plate. So much movement on that breaking ball, it slid right in. And got by Carosis. Count is at 1-2. And after all the offense, the pitchers are trying to calm things down defensively. Big reach there from Carosis, and we're going to get our first strikeout of the game for Daniel Gore. After the big homer, Carosis not able to add on to his hitting tally for the day. So Daniel Gore sits down the first. The Majors have 1 down at the top of the fourth. Back in now is number 45, Blake Jacklin, playing center field today. Struck out in his first at-bat, but tripled in his last outing. Very rare occurrence in the sport of baseball and the IBL. Victor Plaz was running in, had quite a big lead there from third. Saw something that indicated a short ball and made his way in. Jacklin holds off, and the count is 1-0. Toss from Gore is smacked right past Gibson Kresminski at second. Makes it over his head into shallow right field. And Blake Jacklin, after that triple, makes it safely over to first in a single, moving himself to 2 and 3 on the day. And the dangerous Raul Gonzalez steps back in, playing short today. He is 2 for 2 with a single and an RBI double. Still only 1 out in the top of the fourth. And again, the Majors see if they can get out with a scoreless inning in this one after so much offense in the past 2. The toss from Gore to Gonzalez, swung on from behind. Count moves to 0-1. The throw over to first base to Cardoso, safe in time there, is Blake Jacklin. A close call in the end as Gore decided to try to pick off his man. Raul Gonzalez, named the league's Rolling Player of the Month back in May of 2023. And a Cuban native. Fastball is called for a strike. We're at 0-2 now to Raul Gonzalez. Daniel Gore looking to strike out his second of the game. Gore with a long wait. Takes a peek back over at Gonzalez, or over at Jacklin, I should say. Doesn't make the throw this time, though. Resets, calms down. And here comes the 0-2 ball from Daniel Gore. Jumpy leadoff from Jacklin. This ball is low and outside. First ball to Gonzalez. Count at 1-2. So a bit of a unique leadoff there from Blake Jacklin. Hop, skip, and a jump. Trying to draw a look from Daniel Gore. He's already thrown that way once this inning. The toss from Gore. Fastball low and down. And there for ball 2. Count even at 2 apiece. Daniel Gore's done a respectable job in relief so far, taking over the duties of Travis Keys. Looks to keep it that way. Gore's ball is swung on and belted back into the center field area. The replacement player right now, Champ Garner, going to make the catch and records the second out of the inning for the Majors. So Raul Gonzalez does not reach base for the first time today with a fly out to center. And moves to 2-3. Nick Parsons stepping back in. He's 1 for 2 with a single in his last at bat. One of the many players on this lineup who has spent time with the Laurier Golden Hawks. And a native of Waterloo, Ontario. A potential pickoff attempt here as the throw is in time over at second base to get out Blake Jacklin. Won a toss from Eduardo De Olio. No. Dikembe Mutombo over at second. Doesn't allow the stolen base against his side, and the Majors retire the side off a terrific toss from the All-Star, Eduardo De Olio.
Great toss there by Eduardo De Olio, getting it into second base in plenty of time to retire Blake Jacklin. I thought Jacklin got a pretty good jump on that pitch as well, but De Olio, a very, very strong throw in plenty of time to record the out. Daniel Gore, another pretty solid inning there for the Majors. After a short outing from Travis Keys, they're definitely going to be looking for length from Gore out of the bullpen, and a quick frame like that in the fourth is exactly what the Majors are looking for him in this ballgame.
So it looks like Jose Vasquez is still on the mound for his Panthers after a very, very tough third inning, which he allowed the bases to be loaded 3 consecutive times in the row, and 4 runs scored by the London Majors there. So Gibson Kresminski stepping back in. He's been pretty hot as of late, Dylan.
He has been. Gibson Kresminski has been on fire in his last 5 games. I like the cut of his give.
Wow.
Let me tell you. Last 5 games, 6 for 17. That's a .353 batting average. He's got a 1.029 OPS. He's batting .500 with runners in scoring position. He's got 3 doubles in that span, 6 runs batted in, and 4 walks. If you include his last 6 games, if you add that 6th game to it, he's got a home run as well. He has been red hot as of late, and a perfect guy for the Majors leadoff spot.
I like the cut of your gib, indeed. I wonder who came up with that title.
Whoever did it is a very smart man.
And he's sitting to my right now. Impressive. Some other candidates perhaps is hold up, let Gib cook.
Yeah.
Maybe the gift of the Gib instead of the gift of the gab. And these are just off the cuff here, Dylan. So maybe I should be working on the titles from going forward.
A punnable name, Gibson Kresminski, that's for sure.
Indeed. And he walked in his last at bat, struck out in his first. Looking to add to the Majors' tally to put them even further ahead here. Bit of a less stressful situation now as the Majors do have the lead. But as we've seen from the Panthers' offense, perhaps not going to be a long-lived one.
It's been a crazy back-and-forth game time. I mean, both of these offenses have responded to each other in big ways every single time they've come up to the plate. Panthers take the lead, Majors take it right back. Panthers take a big lead, Majors take it right back, and it's a 1-run game right now.
Toss from Vasquez, fastball is swung on, drifting left into the stands, maybe a little bit behind the stands, and the count is at 1-1.
Krasminski on the day, he's still looking for his first hit. Has been aboard, though, and that's what he's got to do in the leadoff spot. He kicked off that big 4-run inning, like you mentioned, Ty, with a walk. He's led off back-to-back innings now for the Majors.
The 1-1 from Vasquez. Fastball inside is going to be hit right up the gap into second base for a single. Dylan, you just mentioned it, hasn't recorded a hit so far. There it is for Gibson Krasminski. Finally gets on base, and it's a single for him.
So Gibson Krasminski aboard. That ball hit very hard right back up the middle, right where it came from, past the pitcher Jose Vasquez into center field, and Krasminski's aboard once again to lead off an inning.
He's followed by Ty Mosher, who drove in a run, had an RBI double in his last at-bat, and is 1 for 2 on the day. Has something to work with Krasminski on first. Vasquez is tossed. Bunt attempt from Ty Mosher. Floats foul, and he's down 0-1.
Majors trying to get runs across any way they can while manufacturing here. Mosher, a guy who is no stranger to a sacrifice bunt. Majors manager Roop Channon at third base. Coach Brent Wales have him try to lay one down on the first pitch. I'd expect to see it on again here on 0-1.
So Dylan Baker calls it. We're looking for potentially another bunt attempt here. He shows it, Ty Mosher. Prediction is correct from Dylan, but it will be flipped over. Advancing the runner there, Ty Mosher. Krasminski now sitting on second, but it's an easy out in the end for Jose Vasquez over to Nick Parsons.
Sacrifice bunt there for Mosher. Was worried about it for a moment because it was popped in the air, but it was far enough away from the pitcher Jose Vasquez that he couldn't get over there for a play on that baseball to make a catch in the air. So Krasminski able to reach second base on a perfectly executed sacrifice bunt. Now you got runners in scoring position for the heart of your order. That's exactly what the Majors want to do.
So Eduardo De Olio, another player who had an RBI in this game, an RBI single in his last at bat. Grounded out before that, checks back in with Krasminski sitting on second. No outs here for the Majors in the bottom of the fourth. Vasquez's toss. Called for a strike, just clipped that bottom outside corner, Dylan, for 0-1.
You may have seen De Olio stick his arm out there to say that's outside, but not getting the call he was hoping for at the plate.
As a catcher, I think he has some validity there.
He knows the strike zone, and he felt that wasn't in it.
The 0-1 from Vasquez to De Olio. Takes a peek back. Releases this one. This will be chopped and going to make it into shallow right center field. Across to score is Gibson Krasminski. Another RBI single for Eduardo De Olio. And the Majors lead by 2 now. A score of 7-5.
A perfectly placed bloop there off the bat of Eduardo De Olio, which allows Gibson Krasminski to score, and that's why the Majors wanted that sacrifice bunt. It puts a runner in scoring position for the heart of the order. Number 3 hitter De Olio coming up to the plate, and he just lofts this one into right field. It's not the power we're used to seeing from De Olio, but it gets the job done. And these guys in these 3, 4, 5 spots, they're the ones who consistently get things done at the plate.
So you called it, Dylan. That sacrifice bunt ended up working out in the end for the London Majors. Across to score is Gibson Krasminski. And Caden Cardoso steps back in. Cardoso hitting almost nearly 400 this season, Dylan. What a season he's having. 2 for 2 on the day with 2 singles and has gotten across to score. Cardoso watches this one go by him for a ball off the toss from Vasquez. Vasquez not really diversifying his arsenal here. A lot of fastballs being thrown towards the plate, Dylan.
He's confident in that fastball. He knows it's a pretty good pitch for him. He's got a lot of good velocity, and right now he's just struggling to find the zone consistently for strikes.
Count even at 1-1. Cardoso takes a hack at it and fouls it off behind him to his left and hits the netting.
Cardoso, you mentioned it, Ty, batting .379 coming into the ball game today. He's having such a terrific season. We mentioned the hitting streak was snapped, but Cardoso got right back on a hot streak once again for the Majors. Pretty much the game right after that. I mean, he has been a stellar bat consistently in the middle of the order and consistently performing all year long for this Majors team.
He takes a swing at this one and unfortunately strikes out for the first time this evening. First time that Cardoso does not reach base. I should actually say this afternoon. So we got a bit of an early start today, but nonetheless, Cardoso is sat down. Deolio remains on first, and up steps the all-star Starling Joseph.
You talked about the volume of fastballs that were coming from Jose Vasquez there to Caden Cardoso. On that strikeout pitch, he came with an off-speed, came with a changeup, was straight but slower, and that was enough of a difference to get Cardoso swinging. Not an easy guy to strike out, Caden Cardoso, but Vasquez does just that with a pretty good changeup.
Not an easy player to change your tactics against after your fastball's been your comfortable pitch throughout the course of this game and the season. But he does so effectively there, Vasquez, for his first strikeout. Starling Joseph's going to hit one into right field, unfortunately carrying directly into the glove of Spencer Voisin. And just like that, the Majors are retired in the bottom of the fourth. Not before they add one onto their tally, though. They now lead by 2 runs, scoring 7-5. You're watching Majors TV with Ty White and Dylan Baker.
Hello, my name is Jim Nuther with Nuther's The Award Store. Come along with me on a virtual tour to take a look at our amazing products and services that we're able to provide you to help you with your recreation needs.
We're back inside Labatt Memorial Park where the London Majors are in a close one against the Kitchener Panthers. You're watching Majors TV. Ty White alongside Dylan Baker here in the Game Day London broadcast booth. A beautiful day so far, and what a game we've seen. A lot of offense, 7-5, and not much defense.
I think if you ask both of these teams, they'd actually want a little bit less offense, perhaps. There's been some defensive miscues. There's been a lot of hitting, and the pitching staffs have been busy for both of these sides. 2 pitchers for each side so far. Cale Murray threw 2 pretty solid innings for the Kitchener Panthers, got replaced by Vasquez, who's given up 5 runs across 2 innings so far. Tough start for Travis Keys, giving up 5 runs, and then Daniel Gore into the ball game. He's looked pretty good for the Majors and trying to keep that up here.
Definitely say he has looked good so far. Roop Chandernat and Brent Wales looking for more of the same. This time we'd like to thank Through Thick and Thin Pizza for feeding our broadcast crew.
Opening up early today, too, for us,
yes.
Ty. They don't open up this early on Sundays, but they made sure to get us our pizza today, and it's just as good as always.
It really was terrific. Good pies all across, and that throw not so good from Daniel Gore, a little far outside. Not force a swing from Parsons. Count is at 1-0. Parsons is 1 for 2 today with a strikeout, and he's singled in his last at bat. This one is popped up. Deolio will make a run for it, carrying far back. Gets behind. We have to watch out here. Make sure that ball didn't carry any further, but nonetheless it's hit foul.
Yeah, I was ducking for cover, Ty. I've got a reputation, as I think I've shared with you, that I'm very jumpy when the fly balls get hit up top here, so I was waiting for it. I was bracing myself, but luckily nothing too bad.
It'd be a miracle if one actually slipped through here in the broadcast booth, but
you and I have different definitions of miracles, that's for sure.
Be a tough play for us regardless. Daniel Gore, fastball low and outside, count at 2-1 now. Nick Parsons hitting .315 on the season entering this game tonight. 23 hits, 21 runs, fairly even across the board. Also driven in 24 RBIs. Is that fastball in there for a strike? He's home run 7 times this season and also has 7 walks to his name.
Parsons having a terrific season for the Panthers. I mean, you look at where he's hitting in the order, and that tells you what you need to know. He's batting in the 3 spot. He's a guy who can score runs, get on base, and he's a guy who can drive home runs as well.
Love that high at bat. The stance is Daniel Gore. A little bit of a hesitation there. The foot was dragging in the air before he fully went through his windup.
I've never seen that from Daniel Gore. It was a weird little dipsy-doodle kick thing that he had going on, and nearly worked for him.
Almost did. The ball was a little bit too far inside, though, on Parsons. Count is even at 2 apiece in the top of the 5th. Daniel Gore discussing things with the umpire, wondering what the umpire's talking about.
I think he's saying it didn't actually get fouled off. That's my guess. That's the only argument I could see Gore having here, saying the ball didn't actually hit the bat. Because I didn't think it was a foul. If I didn't hear anything, but obviously on those foul tips, you often don't.
It appears that Parsons tried to duck the ball rather than take an attempt at it. Roop Chanderdat doesn't like the call. He goes over and has a discussion.
Weird play.
It was a weird play in the end, but John Thompson rules it as an even count right now. So the 2-2 coming in from Daniel Gore. Ball sliding across and a strikeout call. Daniel Gore is fired up. Gets his second strikeout of his outing. Ball had a lot of movement on it and drew a big swing from Nick Parsons to sit down the Panthers' best hitter.
When Daniel Gore has the control that he's got today, he's almost untouchable. I mean, if you watch that pitch that he just threw to Parsons, it's got so much sharp break to it, it's impossible to touch. I mean, you cannot hit him as long as he's able to find the right spots in the strike zone with that pitch. He's a very successful pitcher.
Punt attempt here is on for Tyler Henriquez. Perfectly placed as well. Daniel Gore slipped to his knees and does not make the throw in the end. Frustrated with himself there. So safely across to first is Tyler Henriquez off a nice bunt. Really, really good placement on that one.
Fantastic placement of that bunt. Victor Plaza's playing a little far back over at the third base bag. Not expecting a bunt from the cleanup hitter, which I feel is pretty fair for Plaza over at third base. Gore was the only one who really had a shot, got on it quickly, but Henriquez runs well and was able to beat it out.
So back in now is the Cuban, Junior Ibarra. Doubled and singled in his last 2 at-bats. 2 for 2 on the day. Fastball from Daniel Gore is called for a strike on the outside corner. Gore's ahead 1-0. Still only 1 out for the Majors side. A double play potentially in order. Gore takes a long look over at DeOlio. The toss to Ibarra. Low for ball 1.
Gore's found the strike zone pretty well so far in this outing. He's up around 60% strikes, which is where you want to be. He's been balanced through 35 pitches so far.
Daniel Gore really taking his time on the mound throwing these balls. Fastball high and inside, draws a swing from Junior Ibarra for strike number 2. Count at 1-2.
Christian Coombs and Skylar Tenise doing some throwing in the Majors bullpen, as you see on our Game Day London mobile camera over there. Gore with a pretty good placement of that last fastball. It wasn't going to result in any damage for Junior Ibarra in that spot. It was either going to be a swing and a miss or a foul ball, and he got the latter on that last swing.
It was a really nice toss up and inside from Daniel Gore. Looking to record potentially his 3rd strikeout of the afternoon. The 1-2. Ball sliding inside. Didn't quite get the direction he wanted on that one, so the count is now at 2-2.
Yeah, it didn't break back over the plate like Daniel Gore had anticipated and hoped it would. It just kind of stayed where it began, and the result was a ball.
Henrik is still sitting over at first. Waiting patiently. Gore checking 3 times as he throws a fastball wide and outside. So Henriquez is going to jog his way over to second in there with more than enough time to spare. And just like that, the Panthers have another man in scoring position.
Yeah, Daniel Gore kind of just yanked that pitch on the mound. A fastball that sails to the backstop there. DeOlio tried to reach out and make a last-second stab at it, but was unsuccessful in that attempt. So now runner in scoring position for the Panthers. Gore really hasn't faced this trouble of his own making. He came into the ball game in a tough spot, but he's been cruising along since he came in.
Seemed to have gotten himself into a little bit of a flow now. This fastball is swung on directly over to Gibson Krasminski. He's going to spin and fire over to Caden Cardoso to record the second out of the top of the fifth, but not before Tyler Henriquez makes his way over to third, furthers himself into better scoring position. And an opportunity now for Spencer Ross to potentially drive in another one for the Panthers.
Good play there by Gibson Krasminski and a well-placed ball off the bat there of Junior Ibarra. He knew the job that he needed to do. He needed to get Henriquez over to third base and did just that. Goes to the right side of the infield, gets him over to third with ease, and puts him 90 feet away from scoring a run.
So Spencer Ross got hit by a pitch in his last at bat. Only time he's got on base today, grounded out before that. And he's got a nice opportunity to throw his team within one. Majors have 2 outs on their side, though. Daniel Gore's fastball low and outside. Count even at 1-1. The 1-1 with 2 outs from Daniel Gore. Inside, and once again, Spencer Ross is hit by a pitch. His second HBP of the game. He reaches first, painting the corners for the Kitchener Panthers.
Spencer Ross has yet to record an official at-bat in this ballgame. A sacrifice bunt in his first trip to the plate, then got hit twice. So 0 for 0 through 3 trips, and that's going to bring Roop Chanadad out to the mound here to talk with Gore.
We're going to see if anything changes in the bullpen. I mentioned a couple majors warming up, including Christian Coombs.
Skylar Janice threw 50 pitches on Friday night in Brantford, so I don't think he's really an option out of the pen. Was just helping Coombs get loose.
And so Christian Coombs will check into the game for the London Majors, their third pitcher of this afternoon's game, relieving Daniel Gore, who relieved Travis Keys. And all pitching changes are brought to you by Throw, London's original knife throwing.
When you need a night out, Throw London is on point. With an atmosphere that's a cut above, Throw London brings together the best in knife throwing, axe throwing, and darts. So it's the perfect spot for a date night, night out with friends, leagues, and team building for the office. You've got to be 13 or older to throw pointy objects and 19 plus to enjoy their fully licensed offerings. It's the best spot in London for some fun with an edge.
Go beyond the scores and get to know the athletes who call the Forest City home.
Joseph crushes one.
Game Day London brings you in-depth stories and conversations about London's major teams and the athletes. Whether it's in the rink with the Knights or on the field with the Majors, Game Day London has you covered from the start. For fresh and engaging sports coverage, visit GameDayLondon.com, a proud sponsor of MajorsTV.
Another pitching change for the London Majors, their third pitcher of this outing. It's the left-hander Christian Coombs checking in.
Coombs, a native of St. Thomas, Ontario, appearing in game number 6 this season, has 1 start among those 6 games pitched. His last outing came against these Kitchener Panthers. 3 1/3, 5 runs, 4 of them earned, 4 hits, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. That was in the doubleheader against the Kitchener Panthers at Jack Couch Ballpark. Overall in the year, a .675 earned run average, a 1-0 record across 10 2/3 innings. The problem for Christian Coombs has been the walks. He needs to throw strikes more often than he's throwing balls right now. He's got 10 walks to his name this year and 9 strikeouts.
He's a local arm who played for the junior St. Thomas Tomcats and also completed his senior season for Division I at Rider University. He'll be facing number 35, Luke Murray, catching today. Sacrifice fly in his last at bat, and it helped to score a run. This first toss from Coombs is well inside for ball 1.
This plate appearance for Murray, obviously not a sacrifice fly situation, but definitely a chance to drive home another run for these Kitchener Panthers. You've got Henriquez standing over at third base.
Henriquez at third, Ross at first, and this sliding ball swept right across the plate. Well outside, though, did not draw a swing from Murray. So the count at 2-0. The 2-0 from Coombs. Ball gets in there this time, further inside. Had good movement on it. Just went right across, ended up dead set in the middle. Again, looking there from Luke Murray. This ball is low in the dirt. So the count at 3-1.
Yeah, that one low there to Murray, and Coombs just trying to find the strike zone consistently. That's been his biggest challenge up to this point this year, and once again showing itself in this spot. He had a good pitch on the outside corner. Otherwise, he's been around the strike zone, but not in it.
Favorable count here for Luke Murray. Will not take a swing at this one. It's going to get in there for a strike, though. Painting that outside corner. Just touched the strike zone. Another one that Luke Murray did not take a swing at, waiting calmly for his pitch. This toss is swung on, going to make it directly over to Ty Mosher. The throw is in time to Caden Cardoso, just narrowly retiring the Panthers side. The Majors get out of a jam there. Christian Coombs comes in relief and does a wonderful job to keep this one all square for the Majors. They're leading now 7-5.
Christian Coombs came in a very tough spot, and that was a very tough ground ball for Ty Mosher over at shortstop, ranging to his right. Had to just plant and make a throw, couldn't take any steps. Executed a strong one over to Cardoso at first. I thought maybe Murray had beaten it out, but he gets the call from the first base umpire and ends the inning.
It definitely was a close call in the end. Could have gone either way, but the Majors are not going to complain about that one. But Jose Vasquez is going to take over the mound once again. But before he does that, we're going to throw it down to our installment this week of Roop's Report, where our own Justin Koehler caught up with General Manager and co-owner Roop Chandradat of the Majors before this one.
So I'm here with co-owner and General Manager Roop Chandradat. Roop, right off the bat, it's a scorcher. Are you keeping cool today?
Yeah, you know, it's hot day, but Labatt Park, sun's out, baseball game, love it. I'm excited to be here today.
Always hard to get you down when we're here at Labatt Memorial Park. So right off the bat, of course, the All-Star Showdown was yesterday. How was the whole day for you as a whole?
You know, first and foremost, you got to thank Welland, the league, putting on a great event, well attended by fans. Shout out to our fans that showed up. There's a lot of Majors jerseys, hats in the stands, so I want to thank those people. And our guys, you know what, put on a show. I mean, from Starling Joseph to everyone that played, you know, why I say Starling, I mean, the home run derby, he didn't win it, but if you ask everyone, he was the most exciting player in that derby. But all our guys, you know, I want to thank them for going and showcasing the London Majors. You know, there's a lot of buzz about the Majors players and the way we do things, so that was exciting to hear.
Always great to see that Majors representation on the players' side and the fan side as well, so great points. And last question for you, with the showdown now wrapped up, we kind of enter into the final portion of the season with just about a month of games left to go. What is the number one thing on your mind kind of heading through the home stretch now?
I mean, to try to sum it up, play the right way. We've got to play the right way. We try to play playoff baseball all year, doing the right things, at-bats, moving runners over, situational stuff. We're not quite there yet, but like you said, we got a little bit of time to figure that out. I think our pitching's coming around really well. We just got to get the hitting going. You know, timely hitting is what we're missing right now, but the guys are coming around. We're working hard. We got a month to figure it out to get ready for playoffs.
Yeah, it's the home stretch, but still plenty of games left of the season to go. And so, without any further ado, let's send it back up to Ty and Dylan in the Game Day London press box to continue with the rest of the game.
Thanks so much for that, Roop and Justin. We saw some tomfoolery taking place in the top right corner there.
That doesn't sound like us, Ty. It must have been somebody else in the booth.
Well, considering you couldn't see my face, how would you know it was me? Other than the fact I just admitted it was me. A lot of fun. Thanks for Roop sitting down there. Unique place for Roop's Report, actually sitting in the stands. Reichstein back up at the plate. Grounded out in his first at bat, walked in his last, and is DHing today for the Majors.
I think we've done a couple of Roops reports in the stands, but we haven't done any this close to the press box. So we were out of our element. We decided to have a little fun with it.
Definitely did. Jose Vasquez tosses this one towards the plate. Fouled by Reichstein. Just got a piece of it. He's down 0-2. Vasquez still looking for a strikeout. Actually, I should say he already has one to his name, looking for his second of the evening. Oh, 2 from Vasquez is swung on from Byron Reichstein, and he'll be retired. 2 strikeouts for Jose Vasquez, and he's definitely improved from his pitching early on.
Yeah, Vasquez seems to have settled in a little bit. Allowed the 1 run in the 4th inning, but able to get the strikeout there. Byron Reichstein. Reichstein with a few foul balls, I should say, 3 in a row, before eventually going down on strikes to Vasquez there. Well-executed pitch in a good spot, and Reichstein just couldn't come up with it.
So back in steps Victor Plaz, the trilingual third baseman, who today has yet to record a hit, but has reached base 2 times with a walk and a hit by pitch. Fastball from Vasquez in there for strike 1.
I don't think Plaz liked that call from the home plate umpire. John Thompson back there today, very casual in his strike call.
Oh, yeah.
Arm comes up, points to the side, and it's a strike.
It's a day at the beach for John Thompson. He's just sitting back and enjoying his life. Victor Plaz, not so much, as this one is drilled at his face. Has to duck back in time, almost a second. HBP did not want to take that one, though. So count moves to 1-1.
Mentioned Spencer Ross, yet to record an official at-bat. He's got 2 hit by pitches and a sac bunt. Plaza walk and a hit by pitch. He doesn't have an at-bat in this ball game either, just 2 plate appearances.
Fastball, more over to the right. Not very ambiguous that time, obviously a strike. Count at 1-2 to Victor Plaz. That dead stare once again with absolutely no movement from Jose Vasquez. Rather intimidating, I think, Dylan. This fastball is across. They're going to check, and he did go across for the swing. Victor Plaz is going to have a strikeout, so it's back-to-back punch-outs for Jose Vasquez.
Victor Plaz not happy with the umpire, and really that whole at-bat. Didn't think the first pitch was a strike. Didn't think he went around on that last swing, but it was ruled a swing by Stephen Gomes over at first base, and quickly he's retired for the second out.
Not to mention one was thrown right towards his face, so he also had to duck one.
Yeah.
Not a very comfortable at-bat. Just didn't feel right there for Victor Plaz. Brad Verhoeven, though, potentially a candidate for player of the game. 2 singles to his name, but has scored 3 runs for the Majors. He stepped in at left field today. He's done a great job so far, especially in the hitting column. The toss from Vasquez is swung on and fouled back to the left by Brad Verhoeven. Counted 0-2.
Neither of the hits for Brad Verhoeven so far have been very hard hit. It was a dribbler towards shortstop that Gonzalez misplayed and a bloop single into right field. But like you mentioned, Ty, he's driven in nearly half of the Majors' runs in this ball game. He's been a key contributor.
The 0-2 from Vasquez, looking to strike out 3. Brad Verhoeven trying to change that. This ball does not get down. What a catch from Tyler Henriquez, sliding all the way across, got down on his knees, tucked open the glove, and what an out that was. By no means an easy play for the left fielder today, and so the Majors not able to add anything onto their tally. They still lead 7-5. We're moving into the 6th on Majors TV.
Welcome to Labatt Park in London, Ontario, the world's oldest baseball grounds. Now through Labor Day, book your guided tour and walk the same field as Ty Cobb, Fergie Jenkins, Honus Wagner, and some of baseball's most legendary players. View artifacts from over the years inside the original 1940 clubhouse. Experience baseball history in London, Ontario. Book your guided tour at labattparktours.com.
We welcome you back inside Labatt Memorial Park. Beautiful sunny day downtown London at the Forks of the Thames. Nothing has changed so far as the London Majors currently leading the visiting Kitchener Panthers 7-5. Ty White alongside Dylan Baker. Dylan's been an exciting one so far, but finally after that amazing third inning, the offense has calmed down a little bit.
Yeah, the offense on both sides has calmed down a little bit. We had our first fully scoreless inning since the first inning back in the fifth. Neither team scored. Daniel Gore did a great job out of the bullpen for the Majors. Gave way to Christian Coombs in the last inning, and he pitched a scoreless out there. He got out of that inning got out of the jam for the London Majors, and then in the bottom half, Jose Vasquez was pretty solid.
So Christian Coombs a little bit more on his plate this time out. Nolan Misa checking into the game for the first time in replacement of, I believe, Spencer Voisin.
This Panthers team is no stranger to substitutions all over the place. They love a good pinch hitter, and Misa is doing just that here.
First toss from Coombs outside to the right of the plate. Left the whole time by Misa. Big swing on this attempt by Misa. Count even at 1-1.
Misa on the season for the Kitchener Panthers, batting .234 across 21 games. Has 1 long ball, 8 runs batted in, 7 walks, and 15 strikeouts.
The Panthers still have some work to do if they want to make a comeback in this one. It's been back and forth throughout the entire game until the 4th and the 5th. Things calmed down, as you talked about, Dylan. The Panthers are indeed coming off a game where they scored 17 runs in a loss. So perhaps something to be desired. Ball way outside. Aolio has to swing around on his knees to prevent another wild pitch. Keep in mind, though, no one on base, so would not have mattered in the end. Count even at 2 apiece. Christian Coombs fighting to get the pitches a little bit more under control. Dylan, you talked about how he's had a bit of difficulty with that so far this season.
Yeah, it's been control issues for Christian Coombs so far. 11 pitches so far in this outing today, and 5 of them strikes. So he's under 50% in that column. Got a couple of quick strikes here on Misa and has missed the zone on 3 straight.
Toss a little bit faster, but it's going to be hit back into deep left field to the warning track from Nolan Misa in his first at bat. Easily safe in a second. It's a double for Nolan Misa, leading things off for the Panthers in the top of the 6th. And what a booming hit that was off Misa's bat.
Exactly what you're looking for if you're the Kitchener Panthers. You get a pinch hitter into the ball game, and he rocks the baseball to left field, well over the head of the left fielder Brad Verhoeven, who gave chase, and it's a pinch hit double for the Kitchener Panthers. Exactly what they were hoping for, bringing the bat in.
A great start for them. Runner in scoring position. Good opportunity for the home run hitter, AJ Carosis. Struck out in his last at bat. Not able to repeat his home run heroics in his first outing. But a good opportunity here for potentially an RBI of some sort. Christian Coombs. Ball sliding across too far inside. Count at 1-0.
Majors expecting a potential bunt here. Cardoso and Plaz both playing at the cut of the grass.
Bunt is not going to be shown there from Carosis. Fouls it off.
Majors have an arm loosening up in the bullpen. Sorry, Ty. Skylar Janice getting loose. Mentioned he threw 50 pitches on Friday in the save for the Majors against the Brantford Red Sox. Getting loose again here. So appears to be available if the Majors need him.
Don't often hear a 50-pitch save.
2 2/3 innings.
Definitely not, and not in a long amount of time either. So really unique circumstance, but the Majors are more than likely going to bring him into this contest at some point. It's only a matter of when. No outs for the Majors so far, as this one is fouled off again by AJ Carosis. Count stays at 2-2. Coombs looking for his second strikeout.
Carosis doing a good job battling right now for the Kitchener Panthers. Coombs has a lot of movement on his pitches and just fouling off some tough offerings.
He's going to take a look back at second base as this ball is going to get behind Eduardo De Olio. Over to third now. Safely is pinch hitter Nolan Misa as another wild pitch gets by De Olio. Been a fair few of those so far this game for both respective teams.
Yeah, there have been quite a few wild pitches in this contest, Ty. You're absolutely right. I mean, for both sides, there have been a couple that have been in the dirt and gotten away, and another one that benefits the Panthers here. Misa's 90 feet away from scoring a run.
Even better scoring position now for Misa as AJ Carosis tries to punch him in, but instead he gets punched out by Christian Coombs. The Price is Right music rains down on him. That's always tough if you're an away batter to hear that. But Coombs' second strikeout of the evening. First out for the Majors in the sixth.
Yeah, really good pitch there from Christian Coombs. Blows the fastball by Carosis at the plate and gets a big strikeout. I mean, you got a runner at third, nobody out. Your only real option to get an out there is a punch out or a pop out on the infield, and he gets the strikeout.
Blake Jacklin back in now. Tripled and singled in his last two at-bats. Is 2 for 3 on the day. Chance to potentially drive in a run here. Interestingly enough, played his college ball at Yavapai College for the Rough Riders in Arizona.
Yavapai College.
Not one you hear too often. If we're pronouncing that correctly, I hope I am. Doing a service to the folks in Arizona. Pump fake from Eduardo De Olio drags this man back on the third base.
I couldn't tell you if you're pronouncing it correctly or incorrectly. I'm the guy who mispronounced Canisius for the longest time.
Yeah. Big Buffalo school.
A lot of Canadians go there to play some baseball.
Yes. Oh, this ball well inside from Christian Coombs and will glance the back of Blake Jacklin. So an HBP for him. He's made base 3 times this evening. Panthers paint the corners. Opportunity now to potentially take the lead for incoming Raul Gonzalez, but not before the Majors have a mound visit. Roop Chanderdad actually going to have a word with Christian Coombs in the infield.
We might see Skylar Janice come into this ball game. Roop Chanderdad has not singled anything yet, but with the big power righty bat of Raul Gonzalez, he may want to bring the big power righty Skylar Janice into the ball game.
And that's exactly what he's going to do, Dylan. So the 4th London Major to see some time today. It was Travis Keys, followed by Daniel Gore, Christian Coombs, and now finally Skylar Janice. This pitching change is presented by Throw, London's original knife throwing.
My name is Amy, and I am a league member at Throw London. When I first started, I had no experience and was super nervous. But before I knew it, the awesome lane coaches and the other league members who are like family jumped in, gave me pointers, and helped me out. Don't forget to book your event at Throw.
So it's the 4th pitcher of the outing for the London Majors, Skylar Janice on the mound.
Skylar Janice takes over for London. The power right-handed arm has pitched in 8 games this season. He's 1-0 with a 1.97 earned run average. He's been fantastic across 13 2/3 innings, 18 strikeouts, and 2 walks. That's it for Skylar Janice, coming off a 2 2/3 innings save, as we mentioned, against the Brantford Red Sox on Friday. Struck out 7 in that outing out of 8 possible outs.
He'll be facing a tough first at bat in Raul Gonzalez. This ball in the dirt. Eduardo DeOlio, another pump fake over to first base this time, though. And draws his man back on to the first base plate. Or I should say the first base bag. But definitely a tough first at bat here for Skylar Janice, considering that Raul Gonzalez is second in all the Intercounty Baseball League in RBIs with now 29, including this game. And it looks like it might even be more here, Dylan. This ball belted into third, or into deep left, I should say. Third base around the score. And there is Nolan Misa, the pinch hitter, as that one reached the warning track and got past the hand of Brad Verhoeven.
Exactly what the Kitchener Panthers needed from their big bat at the plate, and Raul Gonzalez gives that one a pretty good ride out to left field over the head of Brad Verhoeven, as you mentioned. And now there's 2 runners in scoring position in a 1-run ball game. Still just 1 out in this inning. Kitchener's in business.
So it's going to go down as an RBI double for Raul Gonzalez. His 30th RBI of the season. Not a great way to enter the game if you're Skylar Janice. Really tough at bat. And it doesn't get easier from here. Nick Parsons stepping back in now. Parsons top 5 in home runs as well as RBIs. He's going to chop this one up, though, pointing to the sky is Janice. Too far of a chase, though, seemingly for both majors. Cardoso ramped up the speed in the end and couldn't get there in time.
A bit of a strange play there. Cardoso, for a second at the very last moment, thought he may have had a shot at it. Not the case.
So the count at 0-1. 2 runners in scoring position for Kitchener. This one is going to be hit with some power, carrying into left field, perhaps left center. The throw is going to be made, but definitely not in time. As across to score is Blake Jacklin, and we have a tie game on our hands. Skylar Janice gives up 2 runs here. And unfortunately for the Majors, this one is now tied. Still only 2 outs, 1 out to go for the side. And Kitchener has crawled right back into this one.
If it's any consolation for the Majors, every time the Panthers have scored, they've been able to answer right back with the go-ahead run standing in scoring position right now.
So it was a sacrifice RBI there on behalf of Nick Parsons. Tyler Henriquez, who had that bunt single earlier, also has an RBI single to his name, is 2 for 3 on the day. He has Raul Gonzalez over at second. The toss from Janice is touched by Henriquez. Catches DeOlio in an awkward spot, and he's a little shaken up after that one.
Been a tough day for Eduardo DeOlio. Lots of movement back there. All those wild pitches he's trying to block, and then takes a foul ball on that last offering.
Kitchener now with 10 hits on the day. London only with 8. And we're all even in the run column. This one is going to be hit over to Victor Plaz. It's going to squeak through his legs. And the Kitchener Panthers across to score now, with Raul Gonzalez giving them the lead. 8-7. And an RBI single for Tyler Henriquez, which might be ruled an error in the end, Dylan.
Oh, absolutely, it's ruled an error. That's a play that Victor Plaz has to make every single time. That's not a hard hit ground ball. Plaz moving to his left. Just goes right between his legs, and that's going to give the Kitchener Panthers a lead once again in this ball game.
Uncharacteristic play there from the all-star third baseman, Victor Plaz. And Kitchener, you felt like another good inning was coming from them offensively. And the 6th inning is when it came. Potentially more on the way. Majors are 1 out away from getting out of this inning. This ball in the dirt towards Junior Ibarra, who is 2 for 3 on the day.
That is the 10th error of the season for Victor Plaz over at third base. One he and Janice would both like to have back.
That might be costly as this one progresses. It's going to be fouled off this toss from Union Ibarra. Over to the Majors bullpen. Count at 1-2.
First 2 runs of the inning charged to Christian Coombs. The third charged unearned to Skylar Janice.
Henrik is still over at first. Another ball in the dirt from Janice. Outside once again as well to Ibarra.
Janice just needs to find a way, any way he can, to get the Majors back on the bats. The bats have been solid in this contest up to this point, and one more pitch, whatever it takes, a strikeout or a flyout, a ground out, doesn't matter, just an out in any way.
Majors will be at the very bottom of their order with Tristan Osika stepping back in. Potential stolen base here as that run is made early from Tyler Henriquez. Fouled right up and away, though. So the count stays at 2 apiece. The Majors desperately looking for this third out.
Interesting, the Panthers put Henriquez in motion, just trying to get something going with 2 away. If Ibarra found a gap, then Henriquez would have scored with ease, being that he was moving on the pitch.
Long wait here. And Ibarra's going to take a second to fix his gloves. The 2-2 with 2 outs from Skylar Janice. Fastball is going to be ticked off. It's going to bounce directly over the head of Caden Cardoso, making its way into right field. Starling Joseph is just going to hold on to that one. Tosses it over to Ty Mosher. And again, the Panthers paint the corners.
That's a tough play. That's a ball that's not hit very hard, but it's unplayable for Caden Cardoso. It's over his head. There's nothing he can do about that one. Perfectly placed, and that extends the inning for the Panthers. I mentioned he was trying to get an out any way he could, just trying to get the Majors back on the bats, and right now it's been tough for him to do.
They're not out of the woods yet. Skylar Janice is coming to this game as a very tough situation. And he hasn't quite lived up to the task yet. We have another Major warming up in the bullpen. I believe it is the arm of Jonathan Henry.
That is correct, Ty.
So we'll keep an eye on Henry. As Skylar Janice wobbles backwards. Really tough outing for him on the mound. Stumbled back and fell. Bit of an awkward throw there. Nonetheless, got the throw off in the end, so at least he was able to do that. Rube Shannon coming out to have a look at him.
He's lost his footing, and I think it's safe to say that'll be ruled ball 1. Assuming they count that as an actual pitch delivered.
Yeah.
Which I believe it is. I mean,
I think
threw
it was
the pitch to the plate pretty much. Yeah, 1-1.
The toss again is in the dirt, and another wild pitch is going to get across to score. Unfortunately, the Majors have really dropped the ball in the 6th inning of play, and Tyler Henriquez across to score. So another 4-run inning for the Panthers. Like they had back in the 3rd, they lead 9-7 over London.
Yeah, 2-run lead now over the Majors for Kitchener. Every single pitcher for London has had a wild pitch in their outing. Every single pitcher's had one. And it feels like these wild pitches have not just come at random times, they've been pretty consequential. A couple of runs scoring already for the Panthers in this ball game on wild pitches.
So if you're Skylar Janice, what are the confidence levels like now, Dylan?
They're low, but you know that you're a good pitcher, right? I mean, Janice has a 1.97 ERA coming into this ball game. He knows he's a good arm out there on the mound, and all it takes is one good pitch to get out of this inning.
He's nearly there. Needs to rely on a strikeout or potentially some defensive efforts. That ball's in there. Count at 2-2. Majors desperately trying to get out of a pickle. Toss from the Janice is swung on. Victor Plaz makes the run over across to Cardoso in time. And finally, the London Majors get out of the top of the 6th, but not before they allow 4 runs at the hands of the prolific Kitchener Panthers offense. What an offensive outing it was for them in the 6th.
That's a major error by Victor Plaza, consequential error in that inning. It extended the inning. Could have been the last out if he made that play cleanly. Instead, not only does it extend the inning, but a couple of runs score because of it.
So right now we're going to throw it down field side to Justin Koehler, who has more for us.
Gentlemen, Majors love playing baseball, all said and done. And the fans at home, we know you like watching as well. But one thing that the Majors have loved doing is playing at home here at Labatt in front of those fans. And the numbers really go to show just that. So far in the season, when the team is at home at Labatt, they have an 11-3 record, good enough for a .786 win percentage, second highest across all of the league. And even those 3 losses were incredibly close. So every single game that's been played here at Labatt Memorial Park has been incredibly competitive. On the other side is an area where the team could be working to improve a bit. So far on the road, they have a 5-6 record, with other teams clearly having a bit of luck at their own home ballparks as well. In fact, over the past 2 weeks, every single game that the Majors have played, whichever team was the home team ended up taking the win. So with that, the Majors have 5 wins every single time at Labatt Memorial Park. And the opposing teams have 4 wins during that span, every single one at their own home ballpark. So, goes to show just how important home field advantage is, particularly as we get closer to the postseason. And so, let's send it back up to Ty and Dylan in the Game Day London press box. And gentlemen, it's clearly good to be at home.
It is good to be at home indeed. Thanks so much for those statistics, Justin. But the Panthers are trying to snap that streak right now. They're ahead 9-7 if things finished as they are. Right now, they definitely would snap it, and Jose Vasquez remaining on the mound.
Yeah, Jose Vasquez came into the ball game and was met with the immediate struggles. He gave up 4 runs in his first inning of work back in the 3rd, but ever since he's been pretty solid out there on the mound. Gave up 1 in the 5th, then pitched, or probably 1 in the 4th, then pitched a scoreless 5th, and now looking to keep the Majors off the scoreboard in the 6th and maintain that 2-run Panthers lead.
So it's Champ Garner checking in for the first time offensively for the Majors. And he'll be relieving the duties of Tristan Osika. So it was Drew Lawrence, then Tristan Osika, and now Champ Garner batting at the bottom of the order for the Majors. Garner checks in at an important time. And he's going to belt one directly back into right field. He's going to make it past the glove of Wasson. Champ Garner potentially a triple on par here. He's going to make it around safe at 3rd. Our second triple of the evening. This one to Champ Garner. And the Majors immediately back in scoring position. You said it, Dylan. As long as they can get their bats back up, they'll make things happen. They're continuing to do so.
Yeah, that is Misa out there in right field, and he's not been tested since coming into the ballgame as a pinch hitter for Spencer Voisin. His first test comes with the first batter of the bottom of the 6th inning. Champ Garner hit that baseball hard, and Misa completely misread it, broke in initially, and it sails over his head all the way to the wall. With the speed that Champ Garner's got, he easily gets into 3rd base, and now things get turned over to the red-hot top of the order.
Red hot indeed. Gibson Krasminski followed by Ty Mosher and Eduardo De Olio. Pitch from Vasquez in there for a strike. Krasminski singled in his last at bat. Also has a walk to his name, so he's technically 1 for 2 on the day. Majors now with 9 hits in this afternoon game. Vasquez's toss, fastball outside. Oh, that was really expanding the strike zone there from Thompson. Not favorably for Krasminski.
I mean, that was expanding at like 3 inches, Tom.
Yeah.
That was a tough one for Krasminski.
But I admire that the umpires stayed calm throughout the entire process. He's not changed his approach, not taking any flack from the crowd, but Majors really don't appreciate that one. Vasquez, this one well inside. Count at 1-2. Vasquez looks over with that dead stare. Krasminski waits. 1-2 to Krasminski. Fastball, bullet low and inside. Count moves to 2-2.
Good block there by Murray behind the plate. Not easy to handle a fastball in that position, and gets in front of it to ensure that Garner could not cross the plate on another wild pitch run in this ball game.
The 2-2. Krasminski takes a big chop at this one. Strikes out for the second time this evening. Jose Vasquez records his 4th punch out and sits down the first of the 6 for his Panthers.
Krasminski gave a look back to the home plate umpire, John Thompson. I don't think he said anything, but he looked back at him, almost saying, this is because of you.
Disgusted.
He was not happy with that call on the second strike, and he had every right not to be. I mean, it didn't look like a strike at all. Called a strike nonetheless, and Krasminski goes down on strikes.
So Ty Mosher checking back in now. Sacrifice bunt his last at bat. Also has recorded an RBI double today. Trying to get the speedy Champ Gardner in there to score and draw the Majors within 1, if not potentially take the lead if he can get across himself. Excuse me, tie things up if he can get across himself. The 1-0 from Jose Vasquez. Fastball is swung on again for a strike. Count at 1 apiece. And that fastball very much working at this point in the game for Vasquez.
It's been working all game long for Jose Vasquez. Had a little bit of a hard time early finding the zone, but he's done so consistently now.
The 1-1 to Ty Mosher is inside. He's going to take a swing at it. Pokes it directly over to the second baseman, but not before Champ Gardner gets in there. Spencer Ross makes the play in the end, so out at first is Ty Mosher, but he will drive in a run.
Exactly what the Majors needed from Ty Mosher, just pushing that run across. Obviously, Mosher would have loved to have reached base himself to get on with 1 out in the inning, but he gets the run home for London, and they trail just by 1 now.
What a game we have. 9-8 now. Eduardo De Olio back up for the Majors. Back-to-back RBI singles. He's 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs. This ball from Vasquez a little low, but called for a strike again. De Olio behind 0-1. Fastball is belted by De Olio, going to reach well out of the park, carrying way behind the stands, but well foul.
De Olio put a pretty good swing on it. He was late, but he hit the ball very, very hard out to right field.
So De Olio is now down 0-2 with 2 outs against the Majors. A home run will tie the game. The toss from Vasquez draws a big swing from Eduardo De Olio and retires the side. So London able to get 1 back in the 6th inning of play after allowing 4 themselves. The score sitting at 9-8, a thriller from downtown London. Don't go anywhere when we come back. Dylan Baker takes over play-by-play duties. You're watching MajorsTV with Ty White and Dylan Baker.
My name is Amy, and I am a league member at Throw London. When I first started, I had no experience and was super nervous. But before I knew it, the awesome lane coaches and the other league members who are like family jumped in, gave me pointers, and helped me out. Don't forget to book your event at Throw London.
Welcome to Labatt Park in London, Ontario, the world's oldest baseball grounds. Now through Labor Day, book your guided tour and walk the same field as Ty Cobb, Fergie Jenkins, Honus Wagner, and some of baseball's most legendary players. View artifacts from over the years inside the original 1940 clubhouse. Experience baseball history in London, Ontario. Book your guided tour at labattparktours.ca.
Back here on Majors TV, Jonathan Henry into the ball game for London, now taking over for Skylar Janice. Ty, correct me if I'm wrong. It's the 5th Majors pitcher into the ball game.
It is the 5th Majors pitcher, Travis Keys, followed by Daniel Gore, then Christian Coombs, Skylar Janice, and now finally Jonathan Henry. Jonathan Henry, fairly respectable in the season so far. In 17 innings pitched, he has a 3.17 ERA, 15 strikeouts to his name as well. 7 walks, not too bad, and 17 hits against him. Comes in at an important time in this ball game. All pitching now really does matter for both sides. It is not a runaway for either team. A 1-score game. And the Panthers desperately trying to add on to their lead, but not before someone's belted in the shin.
Luke Murray gets hit by a pitch there on the very first offering from Jonathan Henry, and the Panthers have a leadoff base runner here in the top of the 7th inning. That'll bring up Nolan Misa. Misa, who doubled as a pinch hitter back in the 6th inning.
Nolan Misa also started off fairly strong, Dylan. He doubled in his first at-bat, pinch hitting there. And a nice hit that reached the left field wall and warning track, and he got across to score as well.
1-0 count here to Misa. Henry looks in, peeks back at first. Squaring around a bunt is Misa, pulls back. That one can't find the zone. It's 2-0.
Yeah, bunt attempt was definitely on there for Nolan Misa, trying to advance the runner. Kitchener is definitely trying to play the small ball game.
2-0 count. Murray takes his lead off of first. Plaus playing in just a little bit. Misa squares around to bunt again. This one back to the pitcher, Henry. Off the rubber, throws to first in time, but the sacrifice works to perfection for Kitchener, and they've got a runner in scoring position now with 1 out.
They don't mind that whatsoever from Nolan Misa, that he was thrown out there at first. Exactly to their plan, as you said, Dylan. Another runner in scoring position now. Luke Murray sitting patiently at second, and A.J. Carosas stepping back in.
Carosas homered earlier in the ball game, his first IBL home run. Henry comes set on the rubber, peeks back at Murray at second. Kicks and deals. That's there for a strike, 0-1.
Just not enough time really for any of the Majors pitchers except for Travis Keys to settle into the game nicely and get calmed down a bit, because we've seen 5 different pitchers now. So you really have to come in hot, ready right from the jump.
Good pitch there from Henry. Gets the swing from Carosas, 0-2.
If Jonathan Henry was able to leave this inning scoreless, it would be more than favorable to Brent Wales and Roop Janderdat.
0-2 count, 1 out. Murray in scoring position at second. Henry kicks and deals. Line drive, right field. That one's going to be trouble if it's fair. It's down the line, a fair ball. Around third, charging for home is Murray, and pulling into second with an RBI double to provide some insurance is A.J. Carosas.
Wow, nice day of hitting for A.J. Carosas, considering he's at the bottom of the order for the Kitchener Panthers. A home run, now an RBI double to his name. So 2 RBIs on the day for that man. 2 big hits and an important one there. Back up to a lead of 2 now for Kitchener.
Blake Jacklin into the batter's box now for the Panthers. 2 for 3 on the day. 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning. Has a runner in scoring position in the form of A.J. Carosas. Henry trying to get out of this inning. That's there for a strike, 0-1. Back-to-back high-scoring affairs for the Kitchener Panthers. Obviously that 19-17 game earlier this week. 10-8 here in the 7th. Outside corner, strike 2.
Better pitch there from Jonathan Henry. Getting the outside on Blake Jacklin, who's had a fairly formidable day so far. Has reached base in his last 3 at-bats.
Henry trying to put him away. The 0-2 home. Off the plate outside, 1-2.
Just got way off his hand there, Dylan. Didn't have the spin or angle that he wanted it. Didn't break back inside, just continued to float outside, and thankfully DeOlio's hand was there.
1-2, 1 out. Henry kicks and deals. That one can't find the zone either. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Bit more of the same there from Jonathan Henry. Another pitch that he got a bit more control than the previous one, but not enough to get into the strike zone.
The 2-2 home. Fouled off by Jacklin, and so we'll try again on 2-2.
Each of these pitches from Henry are getting progressively further inside the strike zone. That one very clearly inside. And had to be fouled off. Action was required from Blake Jacklin. Count at 2-2.
2-2, 1 away. The offering from Henry. Line drive, going to be a tough play. On the backhand, Krasminski stops it, throws to first. The pick from Cardoso, not in time, but a great job by Gibson Krasminski keeping it on the infield, which may have saved them a run for the time being.
Yeah, what a shame that play did not result in an out for the Majors, because Gibson Krasminski scooped it off the ground, made a quick turn, and got the ball over to first to at least make it a close call over to Caden Cardoso. Nonetheless, Jacklin is safe with a single in the end, and that is his 4th time reaching base today. Not to mention the Panthers advance another one, so they have painted the corners yet again with the 13th hit of the outing.
Raul Gonzalez into the batter's box, takes the first pitch away for ball 1. Gonzalez has been a tough out, 3 for 4, 2 doubles, a single, and a fly out. Henry sets, kicks, and deals. That's there for a strike, 1-1.
Another call that you were not sure was going to be there because the umpire's reaction very slow until he kind of nonchalantly just throws up that hand for the strike, but definitely towards the outside of the strike zone on that toss from Jonathan Henry.
1-1, running from first is Jacklin. The throw down to second. Here comes the runner from third. Carosa's throw to the plate. It is in time to get him. Great play by the Majors as Krasminski fires a strike back home, and Carosas is cut down trying to steal the plate.
Well, that could potentially prove to be huge in the end of this one for the London Majors. Just what heads-up timing there from Gibson Krasminski. Throws an absolute bullet on a rope over to Eduardo Deolio to tag out A.J. Carosas at home. Really disappointing he wasn't able to get across there. Would have increased their lead to 3. In the end, though, remains 10-8, and London get another out.
So Jacklin's in scoring position now. They've replaced one runner in scoring position with another. 2-1, low, 3-1 to Gonzalez.
Really crucial that the Majors, after that amazing play from Krasminski, do not let up anything further. Krasminski really owed himself that one. A good toss after making a tough play over at second base that he got across to Cardoso, not in time. The throw at home was in time, though.
A walk there to Raul Gonzalez, and that'll bring up Nick Parsons now, the number 3 hitter in the lineup for the Kitchener Panthers. 1 for 3, a pair of strikeouts, a single, and a sacrifice fly.
Yeah, he's having a pretty good day, and as we mentioned, such a dangerous player, hitting .315 on the year. He's top 5 in 2 different categories, RBIs and home runs.
Braden Farrington beginning to loosen in the Majors bullpen. First pitch cut on and missed by Parsons, 0-1.
Little bit off speed there from Jonathan Henry. Wasn't anticipated by Nick Parsons. He took a pretty big hack at that rather late. Or I should say rather early.
0-1. Line straight back at the backstop. Count now at no balls and 2 strikes.
If Jonathan Henry can sit down Nick Parsons on 3 pitches, that would be exactly what the Majors needed right here and right now.
0-2, 2 out. Jacklin in scoring position at second. Gonzalez at first. Henry trying to limit the damage of just the 1 run this inning. Parsons gives this one a pretty good ride, but it's into the parking lot in left field, a foul ball.
They got really good contact on that one, but just threw it way out down that left field line. Well foul in the end, and had no direction on it.
0-2, 2 out. Henry trying to put away Parsons here. Parsons looking to keep the inning alive for Kitchener. The offering. Swing and a miss, strike three. The bat goes flying towards the Majors dugout, and Majors photographer Morgan Rubrick over there had to do a little bit of jumping around to get away from that one. But nonetheless, the seventh inning is complete, and the Panthers lead 10-8.
Dylan, I can't say that I've ever seen that before at an IBL game. I mean, that ball, that bat, I should say, went flying out of his hand, almost reached inside the Majors dugout there. And a few players had to play dodgeball, really got to get out of the way there in the end, but strong showing, I should say, from Jonathan Henry. Able to get out a tough at bat there, and Nick Parsons keeps the score at 10-8, gives the Majors a chance here, and their bats have come up clutch when they've needed them so far in the game. Would be an opportune time to take the lead right back.
Jose Vasquez is heading back out there for another inning of work so far. It's been 4 innings, 7 hits, 6 runs, all of them earned, 2 walks and 6 strikeouts, but those 6 runs, really the 4 in that 1 inning is the only blip on the radar for Vasquez. Aside from that, he's been very good.
You know, he really has, Dylan. He came in, as you mentioned, a really tough spot. And he was facing a difficult place in the Majors order. Allowed 4 runs against him. Has cleaned his act up since then, and his team has been able to shoot themselves right back into the lead. On top of that, he's really cleaned up his pitching performance. His fastballs have been over the plate. They've been in the strike zone. They've forced a lot of good swings against a good part of the Majors order, and this will be a really good tell how the rest of this one's going to go, considering Caden Cardoso and Starling Joseph are due for plate appearances.
Going to be a tough part of the Majors order. 4, 5, and 6. Cardoso, Joseph, and Reichstein. Cardoso has been a tough out for the Panthers today. 2 for 3 with a pair of singles. Majors need base runners. 1 swing of the bat if nobody's on doesn't tie this ball game up. Got to get a couple of guys on and then push them across any way you can as the fans dance along to YMCA here at the ballpark. A couple of fans you know pretty well dancing along to YMCA too, Ty.
My parents are right in front of me, and I'm petrified, Dylan. I mean, I'm really glad they're able to come out and make this one. Obviously, for me, a bit of a further trip. Some other folks. Quickly here, we have time to briefly get in our global sports update, and this one today is really only baseball. All 30 MLB teams in action today, and the 2 local teams actually playing each other. The Blue Jays and the Tigers are in town taking them on. Currently leading 5-4 in the top of the 8th.
Caden Cardoso into the batter's box now for the Majors. Right-hander Vasquez kicks and delivers the first pitch. That's there for a strike, 0-1. 4-game day in the Intercounty Baseball League as well. In the bottom of the 5th inning in Toronto, the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers lead 6-0. Bottom of the 6th over there. Guelph Royals are up 5-1 on Hamilton in the bottom of the 6th, and the Barrie Bay Cats lead the Welland Jackfish 1-0 in the bottom of the 3rd. Of course, here at Labatt Park, Kitchener up 10-8 in the bottom of the 7th. Here's the pitch to Cardoso, ripped right field. He's got his 3rd hit of the game.
3rd hit for Cardoso, really well hit, got it back fairly on a good line, dropped just short of Spencer Voisin over in right field, and it's his 3rd single of the evening.
And it looks like we may get a pitching change here for the Panthers. Rick Boone is out there to talk with Jose Vasquez. Action in the Panthers bullpen. And they will make the call. So Jose Vasquez has completed his day out there on the mound. We'll get you his final line once it is settled. This is a pitching change, and as always, pitching changes are brought to you by Throw London, London's original knife throwing.
My name is Amy, and I am a league member at Throw London. When I first started, I had no experience and was super nervous. But before I knew it, the awesome lane coaches and the other league members who are like family jumped in, gave me pointers, and helped me out. Don't forget to book your event at Throw London.
When you need a night out, Throw London is on point. With an atmosphere that's a cut above, Throw London brings together the best in knife throwing, axe throwing, and darts. So it's the perfect spot for a date night, night out with friends, leagues, and team building for the office. You've got to be 13 or older to throw pointy objects and 19 plus to enjoy their fully licensed offerings. It's the best spot in London for some fun with an edge. London's original knife throwing. Check them out at 2190 Dundas Street East and online at ithrow.ca. That's ithrow.ca.
Back here at Labatt Memorial Park, new arm into the ball game. The lefty that we've seen loosening up a couple of times now tonight, Adam Robertson, taking over on the rubber.
Yeah, native of Waterloo, Ontario. He's played in 8 games so far this season, just over 9 innings pitched, 6.75 ERA in the summer of 2024. Has been with the Panthers since 2021. He's seen a little bit of time this year, 5 strikeouts to his name, 6 walks, and 10 hits against.
Adam Robertson trying to deal with Starling Joseph and Byron Reitschein for sure. Victor Plaza as well, assuming there's no double play involved here. Tough part of the Majors order. Difficult situation to be placed in for the lefty. And we'll see what he can offer for the Kitchener Panthers.
And if you're the London Majors here, this is the opportunity that you need to capitalize on. You have your man Caden Cardoso over at first, Starling Joseph checking back in, who, might I mention, Dylan, has had a bit of a tough day, 0 for 3 against him. He's flown out twice as well as a strikeout. Both his flyouts were to right field. Now, if he can get it a little bit under control here, it'd be such a clutch time for him to record a hit for the Majors, potentially keep things square as it moves forward, and maybe get another opportunity for an at-bat to close things out in the 9th inning if the pace continues.
So Joseph against Robertson. Here's the first pitch in the dirt, blocked by Murray. And that will keep Cardoso at first. Cardoso, worth mentioning, has a stolen base today. He has also broken on another occasion where he had a great jump. Majors have been trying to run as much as possible on Luke Murray. 3 steals as a team, but none since they were facing Cale Murray. Cardoso, a good jump once again. Here's the throw. It's not in time. Did he come off the bag? No. He stayed on it, and he's got his 2nd stolen base of the day.
Well, what a day for Caden Cardoso. 2 stolen bases and 3 singles to his name. Another one that was perfectly timed, Dylan. Very similar to his first one. Might have dragged a little bit far off the bag compared to the first one, but nonetheless, he is safe at second. Majors in scoring position. No outs, and Starling Joseph, all the opportunity in front of him.
Robertson sets. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball. Joseph can't wait. Back on it. It's 1-2.
He's going to want that one back because that was hanging a little bit. That one was definitely hanging. Could have had the opportunity to be blown out of the ballpark. Just a little bit ahead of it, Starling Joseph. Works it in the end on the curve from Adam Robertson.
1-2, nobody out. Cardoso in scoring position at second base after the single and stolen base. Here's the pitch. Joseph, chopper on the ground, just foul, and so we'll try again on 1-2.
Required a chase there from A.J. Carosis because it was ambiguous if that was going to stay in or not. Narrowly fouled down the left field line, and a count at 1-2.
Now we're talking.
So we'll try again on 1-2 here with Joseph in the batter's box. Put on a show yesterday in the Derby. He represents the tying run if he can put the ball out of the ballpark. Cardoso, another great jump. The pitch is in the dirt, and there's not even a chance for Luke Murray. Cardoso steals third.
Another stolen base for Caden Cardoso. Gets over there. Puts himself in scoring position after nothing was really happening for Starling Joseph. Has really catapulted himself in a favorable position here. Formidably so. The Majors have a chance to get one back.
2-2 breaking ball. That's off the plate outside. Now 3 balls and 2 strikes to Joseph.
A lot of different scenarios here. Potentially the first strikeout of Adam Robertson's night. Potentially a ground out. Potentially a tie game scenario for the Majors, or even one across. Caden Cardoso was able to get in there.
Chopper on the ground towards third. It is a foul ball again. Good battle brewing right now between Robertson and Joseph.
Now, this is a great at-bat from Starling Joseph, considering he hasn't had the best day hitting so far. To be able to try to not allow Adam Robertson to get too comfortable here, keeping him on his toes and try and do anything to get Caden Cardoso across.
Here's the 3-2 pitch. Joseph on the ground behind the plate, knocked away by Murray. Ty, I just found a stat. You want to hear it about Adam Robertson out
I'd love to hear it.
Adam Robertson has not pitched in a Kitchener Panthers win since July 16th, 2023. He's gone 12 games in a row where the Panthers have lost. He's not been charged with the loss in any of those games, but in each of the games he's pitched for the last 12 appearances, the Panthers have lost. 3-2 in the dirt, ball 4. So Joseph takes a walk, and there's runners on the corners here.
Well, just as you declared that stout out loud, Starling Joseph walks over to first, and the Majors have the opportunity to take the lead. And that's definitely got to hurt. Obviously, no fault of your own if you're Adam Robertson, but just bad scenarios you're being put into. And he definitely wants a win for his team today, but Majors paint the corners like the Panthers have done at least 3 or 4 times throughout this evening. Cardoso on third, Joseph at first, and now the dangerous Byron Reichstein back up.
That pitch is in the dirt for ball 1, and you got to wonder if Rick Boone over there in the Panthers dugout was eyeing this matchup down with the lefty Robertson coming in, because the lefty against the righty Joseph doesn't favor the pitcher, but a lefty does. Here's the 1-0. Inside, 2-0.
And it's interesting, I still saw Jose Vasquez standing up and actually giving some words of wisdom perhaps to a couple of his teammates in the bullpen. He strolled back a bit now, but big opportunity here for Byron Reichstein, who is yet another player yet to technically record an at-bat. Or excuse me, he has recorded an at-bat. He has not recorded a hit in this game, only with a walk to his name. Struck out and grounded out. So it's technically 1 for 3. This would be a great time for a hit.
3 balls, no strikes. Hitters count here for Byron Reichstein. Robertson trying to avoid walking back-to-back batters. He's got to face one more hitter after Reichstein.
I believe
throw over from Robertson.
Excuse me, Dylan. I believe this is the first time we heard the ball 4 chants
today,
in this game. Pretty late on as well, reaching the 7th inning.
3-0 count. We've seen a couple of walks to the Majors, but most of them have been on 3-2, and at that point, there's no real sense in doing a ball 4 chant. 3-0, moving from first is Joseph, doesn't matter. That is ball 4 to Byron Reichstein, and Victor Plaz will come to the batter's box with the bases loaded for the 2nd time today.
Well, how poetic could this be, considering that Victor Plaz had that error back in the game that allowed the Kitchener Panthers to take the lead. He has the opportunity to shoot the Majors ahead in this one potentially. No outs against him.
And hold on here, some controversy. Rick Boone came out to remove Adam Robertson from the game, but he can't leave. He's only faced 2 batters. He's got to face one more.
So a little premature decision there from the bullpen and coaching. The umpires discussing it over right now.
And are they going to... I think they'll just allow a mound visit here, maybe.
Yes.
For Boone to talk things over with Robertson.
Rube Shannon also wants a bit of a discussion. But regardless, it's an incredible opportunity for Victor Plaz. Bases are loaded for the Majors. Opportunity to take the lead, if not tie, if not come within 1.
Well, in case we fail to mention it, that gives you an indication there's action in the Kitchener Panthers bullpen right now as Rick Boone tried to pull Robertson.
One more batter to go.
And in comes Victor Plaz to try to get the Majors all tied up. He's got pretty good speed all over. Cardoso at third, Joseph at second, Reichstein at first. And Plaz trying to come up big.
He's got a lot to work with here with bases loaded. As you mentioned, fast players as well. And with, on top of the remedying the error situation, also he's not recorded a hit in this one. Walked in his first at-bat, got hit by a pitch in his second, struck out in his third.
That hit by pitch came with the bases loaded. It did drive home a run. 1-0 count. Here's the pitch. That'll miss. 6 balls in a row now from Robertson.
And the ball 7 chance now coming towards Robertson. Robertson put in a tough situation, almost got pulled, as we saw, but prematurely on behalf of Nick Boone.
That's upstairs for ball 3. So 7 straight balls now, and Plaz is in control and likely going to get the red light.
So could Plaz potentially help to score another run without recording a hit?
3-0 in the dirt, ball 4. Victor Plaz works a bases-loaded walk, and the deficit for the Majors is trimmed to 1. It is 10-9, and now out comes Rick Boone, and that will likely be the end of the night for Adam Robertson.
It definitely will be the night for end of the night for Adam Robinson, and it really started going downhill from Dylan after you mentioned that he's only pitched in losses, and it's, I'm sure, not worked out in his scenario or in his favor, but you have to give him credit that he was put into a really tough situation here. The Majors were at a good part of their order. They've taken advantage of that. Opportunity potentially to take the lead now, only within 1, trailing 10-9, and this game has just been a little bit of everything. We've seen stolen bases, wild pitches, home runs, triples, doubles, singles, quite about everything that you could want.
We've got a pitching change here. It's brought to you by Throw London. Nathan Laird into the ball game. We'll get you numbers when we come back.
When you need a night out, Throw London is on point. With an atmosphere that's a cut above, Throw London brings together the best in knife throwing, axe throwing, and darts. So it's the perfect spot for a date night, night out with friends, leagues, and team building for the office. You've got to be 13 or older to throw pointy objects and 19 plus to enjoy their fully licensed offerings. It's the best spot in London for some fun with an edge. London's original knife throwing. Check them out at 2190 Dundas Street East and online at ithrow.ca. That's ITHROW.ca.
Bases loaded, tying run at third, nobody out, new pitcher into the ball game, tie for the Kitchener Panthers, Nathan Laird taking over.
Well, he can either be a hero or a zero here, Dylan, depending on this next at bat for Brad Verhoeven. He's put into a tough situation here, though, Laird, native of Kitchener, Ontario, and right-hander. He has 1-1 on the season, played in 10 games, appeared in 10 games with over 8 innings pitched. 10 hits against him, an ERA of 8.64. Trying to get that down, but it'll be really tough to do so considering the Majors are red hot right now.
Pitch in the absolute classic against the Toronto Maple Leafs, the 1917 game. Through a third of an inning, allowed 3 runs on 2 hits and walked a batter. He actually got charged with a loss in that game, Nathan Laird did. He's got to deal with Verhoeven, who is 2 for 3 in the ball game today with 3 runs batted in. And none of the balls he's put in play have been hit overly hard. They've just found the right spots. Panthers bring the infield in here with Verhoeven in the box.
Verhoeven was very nearly 3 for 3, if you recall, out in left field in his last at-bat, but it was a really, really good run from A.J. Kepersis.
That one popped up. Going to be a tough play. Shallow left field going out. Carosis into a tough spot. It's going to drop in. Joseph charging for the plate. The throw will go to third. It is not in time. The bases remain loaded, and Verhoeven's pushed across another.
Brad Verhoeven on an absolute tear today. He can't be stopped. As you mentioned, Dylan, maybe not the hardest balls, but they are in the right place. 4 RBIs for Brad Verhoeven. 3 singles now in the ball game. Gets the better of A.J. Carosis in this one, who had to make a long run. Ambiguous ball between both Carosis as well as Tyler Henriquez. So it was a tough play for the infield, for the outfield, but in the end the Majors tied the ball game. Bases are still loaded.
That's probably a play Carosis makes if the infield is at their normal depth, but with them playing in, it was a long run. So Champ Garner into the batter's box. 1 for 1 with a triple. Line drive, right center field. The Majors have taken the lead. In comes Right Shine. Around third, charging for home is Claus. And getting the stop sign at third is Verhoeven. It's a 2-run double for Champ Garner. And London leads 12-10.
Well, Champ Gardner has stepped into this game and completely changed the course of it. He came across to score after recording a triple in his last at-bat. Now it's a 2 RBI double. And the London Majors ahead once again, 12-10 in this absolute thriller between them and the Kitchener Panthers. What a sequence of events. Majors still have 2 in scoring position. Gibson Krasminski checking back in now. Dylan, one of the most exciting games we've witnessed all year long here at Labatt Memorial Park.
It's been a wild one, and we're still only in the 7th inning here at the Forks of the Thames. Gibson Krasminski with 2 runners in scoring position. Panthers keeping the infield in. Right-hander Laird sets. Kicks and deals to Krasminski. Breaking ball, can't find the zone, 1-0. Still nobody out in the bottom of the 7th.
That is just about as bad news as you can get if you're a member of the Kitchener Panthers. As I mentioned, Dylan, Laird could really be a hero or a zero. It's proving to be a bit of a zero right now. But he's putting in at a really tough time in this ball game.
Second 4-run inning of the ball game for the Majors, trying to add on even further. Pitch to Krasminski. Finds the zone, it's 1-1.
Much better toss, much more controlled, temperamented there from Nathan Laird. Working inside on Krasminski, and needs a lot more of that.
1-1 count here, nobody out. Krasminski 1 for 3 on the day. Laird will set, and time gets called here at the plate, I believe, by Krasminski. 1-1 count. Here's the pitch. That one in the dirt, 2-1.
Again, another case where the pitcher's coming into a tough situation, has no real time to get loose or really warm themselves up into the course of the game, and having a tough time trying to find the strike zone here, Nathan Laird.
2-1 count. Here's the pitch to Krasminski. Hard hit ball through the right side. It's a base hit. In to score is Verhoeven. Gardner getting the wave. Here comes the throw from Misa to the plate. It's not in time. Krasminski's into second. The Majors extend the lead. It's 14-10 London.
Oh, what an absolutely fantastic hit that was. Picked a perfect position in the right field to sneak in there. Scored the 2 men on base. And safely over at second now is Gibson Krasminski. What an incredible back-to-back sequence of events for the London Majors, leading now 14-10. 6 runs in the 7th inning. That is the most out of any inning so far in this contest. And what a time it's come at. We've kept saying, Dylan, trust the bat of the London Majors. Get your outs quickly on defense. Let your bats get up there and take care of the business. They've been doing that so far. They lead by 4.
Ty Mosher into the batter's box. Squared around a bunt and pulled back for ball 1. Mosher 1 for 3. Krasminski in scoring position at second. Laird sets. Here's the pitch. That's there for a strike, 1-1.
Another decent pitch there from Laird. Fastball high upstairs, painted the outside corner. Didn't draw any swing from Ty Mosher.
1-1 count. Laird a breath. Comes set on the rubber, peeks back at Krasminski. Here's the offering. Can't find the zone, 2-1.
And amazingly so, still no outs for the Kitchener Panthers in the 7th inning.
Feels crazy to say as London tries to defeat Kitchener for the first time this year. The 2-1 pitch. Misses. 3-1. Laird not happy about it, but when you're not around the zone, you're not going to get the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, you're definitely not. The ball 4 chants are back.
3-1 count to Mosher. Laird kicks and deals. Line drive, center field, sinking quickly. Base hit, Ty Mosher. Around third, coming in to score, Gibson Krasminski. And the Majors keep adding on. It's 15-10.
Well, an absolute barn burner here in downtown London. An RBI single for Ty Mosher. I believe that is his third run batted in tonight. And we have more action now in the Panthers bullpen. You can only think so after this less than prolific outing from Nathan Laird, having a really tough time on the mound, and the Majors taking advantage of it. And a pinch hitter in Bowman up now.
Charlie Bowman taking the place of Eduardo DeOlio here in this Majors order. He's got Mosher over at first, nobody out. The offering from Laird, squaring around a bunt is Bowman. He'll pull back. It's ball one.
So, Dylan, the dream scenario here for this Panthers side is if they get a quick double play. Would really have to be a 4-3 double play.
1-0, squaring around a bunt again is Bowman. It's down the first base line, and it's foul. So count now moves to 1 ball and 1 strike here.
Baseball gods just seem to be a little bit against Nathan Laird right now at this point in the game. And to be honest, all pitchers for that matter throughout this contest. Everyone having difficulties on the mound.
Bowman trying to capitalize here with a runner on. 1-1, squares around another time. Gets the bunt down towards first base. Parsons will apply the tag, or maybe he didn't apply the tag, but Bowman was called out for being off the baseline. And so there's one gone now with the runner in scoring position at second base.
Yeah, so Bowman steps in, does his job wonderfully to perfection. A really, really nice bunt out to the first base side. Was going to be out in the end, of course. That was inevitable, but advances the runner for the Majors, keeping the small ball in play, and only 1 out against them. Still in very favorable position with Caden Cardoso stepping back in.
Cardoso, a runner in scoring position, 1 out at second base. 3 for 4 on the day, Cardoso. He led off this inning. Majors have batted around here in the 7th. First pitch strike to the Majors first baseman. Oh, 1 count, 1 out. The pitch from Laird. Off the plate, 1-1.
Again, Nathan Laird having a really difficult time finding the strike zone. Anything he throws that's remotely over the plate, he's getting belted back by the Majors. Caden Cardoso inevitably someone who is looking to do that right now. Another candidate in one of many players considering for the player of the game. Caden Cardoso, 3 singles in this one.
2-1 count here on the big man.
Not just 3 singles, but 3 stolen bases as well.
That's also true, yeah. Cardoso's been all over it on the base paths. Batting for the second time here in the 7th inning. Skylar Janice actually had to run over to Cleveland Brownlee at first base to collect all the elbow guards for the guys coming up to hit. The 2-1. Cardoso takes a big swing and comes up empty. It's 2-2.
Definitely a confidence booster of a pitch there from Nathan Laird. Drew a huge swing from Caden Cardoso. Wanted to take that one yard. Got by him in the end. Was nice and inside. Had good pace on it.
2-2. Cardoso looks out as Laird looks in and comes set. The pitch. Breaking ball, Cardoso in the air, left field, slicing away from Henriquez. Down the line, it's going to get down. It's going to be a fair ball. Around third, coming in to score is Ty Mosher, and pulling into second base with an RBI double is Caden Cardoso.
Well, what a day for Caden Cardoso. Recording his 4th hit, 3 stolen bases. The Majors increase their lead now by 6, leading 16-10. And 8 runs scored in the 7th inning. It really could not get any worse for the Kitchener Panthers.
There's going to be another pitching change for Kitchener. The second change on the mound this inning as Nathan Laird's afternoon is complete. We've got a new arm, and we'll bring you all the details when we come back on Majors TV.
My name is Amy, and I am a league member at Throw London. When I first started, I had no experience and was super nervous. But before I knew it, the awesome lane coaches and the other league members who are like family jumped in, gave me pointers, and helped me out. Don't forget to book your event at Throw London.
Go beyond the scores and get to know the athletes who call the Forest City home.
Joseph crushes one.
Game Day London brings you in-depth stories and conversations about London's major teams and the athletes. Whether it's in the rink with the Knights or on the field with the Majors, Game Day London has you covered from the start. For fresh and engaging sports coverage, visit GameDayLondon.com, a proud sponsor of Majors TV.
New arm on the mound for the Kitchener Panthers, Ty, as Brent Reed takes over for Nathan Laird.
Yeah, Brent Reed coming into the game, native of Exeter, Ontario in 2024. Not his best year. 16.61 ERA across 11 games and 13 innings pitched. He's got 12 strikeouts to his name, 11 walks, 24 hits against, and has been with the Panthers organizations since 2022.
Still just one out in the bottom of the seventh inning. And that was a sacrifice bunt, so the Majors handed them an out.
It really did.
It has been a tough inning for Kitchener.
I think that's actually a massive understatement, Dylan. 8 runs against. Now trailing by 6 after entering this inning, leading by 2 by a score of 10-8. Majors, to their credit, have changed things on a dime. But as we move further and further back into the bullpen of the Kitchener Panthers, the pitching doesn't really improve.
We'll see what Reed can do here against Starling Joseph. Here's the pitch. First pitch finds his own 0-1.
Well, that's better. A lot more confident now. Brent Reed trying to change things. He really needs to come in quickly, transition seamlessly for his Panthers, and get quick 2 outs here.
The 0-1. Breaking ball. Joseph, line drive over the head of the second baseman Ross into center field. Cardoso will get the stop sign over at third base, but Starling Joseph now into the hit column. He's got a base hit.
Yeah, first hit of the day for Starling Joseph. He walked in his last at-bat. Finally getting a hit in the column. Majors have 15 hits this afternoon. Caden Cardoso again in scoring position. He sits at third.
So Byron Reitschein into the ball game now, or pardon me, the batter's box, I should say. 0 for 2 on the day with runners on the corners here and 1 away, trying to get his first hit of the afternoon.
Looking for his first hit, but he's had some good at-bats. 2 walks as well to his name.
Swing and a miss, 0-1. Reitschein, Plaus, Lawrence, and Bowman. Reitschein, Plaus, and Bowman, the only 3 still in the game without a hit. Lawrence was removed after 1 at-bat. Bowman just a sacrifice bunt earlier this inning. Off the plate outside. 1-1. Osika also without a hit in his pinch hit trip.
And not too many Majors held without a hit in this one. Even more than that tally have made it on base as pickoff attempt there from Brent Reed.
Pretty quick throw over there from the Panthers right-hander. Reitschein in the box, facing a 1-1 count. The kick and the come home. Breaking ball finds the outside corner, and it is 1-2.
Yeah, that another case, Dylan, where the strike zone was definitely expanded on that one, way far outside. And if we're being honest, in no world was that, should that ever have been a strike against Kurzminski.
1-2, fouled off by Reichstein, and we'll try again on 1-2.
Excuse me, against Byron Reichstein. It's almost like the umpire's trying to gift the Panthers some outs here.
Still just one away in the frame. Reed trying to make Reichstein the second out. Here's the pitch. On the ground, foul, and we'll try once more on 1-2. I'd love to see the pitch count this inning for the Kitchener Panthers as a whole. It's got to be pretty elevated. Let me tell you, I can give it to you.
We're waiting, Dylan.
Just going to take some math skills. Hold on, got to add here.
Fortunately, not our major.
1-2. Off the plate outside, actually in a pretty similar spot to the last one.
I was going to say, that pitch was called a strike a couple tosses ago, and this one led outside.
45 pitches this inning for the Kitchener Panthers. Combined between Vasquez, Robertson, Laird, and Reed. They're on their fourth pitcher of the inning.
That's just an absolutely crazy stat.
The 2-2. That's ball 3.
That's really, really wild when you consider 4 pitchers combining for nearly 50 pitches and barely even recorded an out.
The out was a sacrifice bunt.
Yeah.
Wow. 3-2 on its way to Byron Reichstein. On the move is Joseph. Reichstein skies it on the infield. Ross and Gonzalez. Gonzalez, I don't think, saw it. Spencer Ross makes the catch, and there's 2 away now.
Panthers fans don't know whether to laugh or to cry, considering that was their first real out of the 7th inning of play, and they still have one more to go, Dylan.
Justin Koehler telling us in the chat that this half inning has gone over half an hour. We joked about being here till the sun sets, but I don't know, Ty.
Coming back to bite us. Coming back to bite us, I think, Dylan, but you never know how the rest of this is going to go. And the rest of this game, really, the onus lies upon the pitching for the Panthers in particular. The majors are still relatively fresh, even though considering they've blown through 5 pitchers themselves. They've seen a decent outing so far from Jonathan Henry.
Braden Farrington's still getting loose. I would assume he's the next man out of the bullpen, perhaps as soon as the 8th. Here's the offering. Breaking ball to Plaz, misses for ball 1.
Of course, Victor Plaz in his last at bat helped the Majors to score as the bases were loaded. Favorable position for him, and he was walked.
1-0 home. On the move from first is Joseph. There will be no throw. It's 2-0.
And to be honest, I don't even think Luke Murray saw Starling Joseph making his way over to second. Was looking over in Cardoso's direction at third, and then eventually stood up as Plaz was in his way. Decided to hold on to the ball, and even if he had made that toss, would have been well late.
2-0 count, 2 in scoring position for Plaz, who pops this one up on the infield. Moving over is Parsons. He's got it, and the bottom of the 7th inning is complete. But over a half hour later, 4 pitchers later, 50-plus pitches later, the Majors score 8 in the inning, and they lead 16-10 after 7.
Welcome to Labatt Park in London, Ontario, the world's oldest baseball grounds. Now through Labor Day, book your guided tour and walk the same field as Ty Cobb, Fergie Jenkins, Honus Wagner, and some of baseball's most legendary players. View artifacts from over the years inside the original 1940 clubhouse. Experience baseball history in London, Ontario. Book your guided tour at Labatt Park Tours.
Get suited up with us for our big night. We went to Collins Clothiers. They had suits and tuxedos in various colors and styles. The staff helped us pick exactly what we wanted. They custom fit our suits for the perfect fit. They even matched us to our date's dress. It was so much fun trying on suits with the boys on the VIP night. They even got us pizza while we tried clothes on.
For prom kids, of course, are going to be the best dressed.
We felt so confident and looked amazing.
New arm into the ball game here for the London Majors. In the top of the 8th inning is Braden Farrington. Farrington, an IBL All-Star, pitched an inning and a third yesterday in the All-Star game. Showed off his green glove and his clear glove. A couple of defensive changes for the Majors. Taking over behind the plate is Brad Verhoeven. Going to left field is Charlie Bowman. Bowman pinch hit for Eduardo DeOlio. And will stay in the game to play left. Verhoeven shifts from left to catcher. Let's take a look at some of the numbers for Braden Farrington this season. 7 games, 1 start, 11 2/3 innings, 231 earned run average. As you get a look at Charlie Bowman from our Game Day London mobile camera out in left field. Farrington with 6 strikeouts on the year and 0 walks. He's yet to walk a batter this season. He takes over for Jonathan Henry, who threw an inning there for the Majors, allowing 1 run. That was over 30 minutes ago, so you'll be forgiven if you forgot about it. And Farrington will have to face 4, 5, and 6 in the Panthers order. Henriquez, Ibarra, and Ross. As some balls get brought in there, and we get set for the top of the 8th inning. Henriquez on the day is 2 for 4. Struck out in his first trip to the plate, then a pair of singles and reached on the Victor Plaz error. That was back in the 6th inning. Farrington sets and delivers the first pitch. That'll miss for ball 1. Farrington will likely be asked to close this ball game out. I'm not sure who else the Majors really have in the bullpen. That's a strike. London has used Keys to start, followed by Gore, then Coombs, Janice, Henry, and now Farrington. Here comes the 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Good breaking pitch there, and Henriquez comes up empty on the swing. So Farrington trying to put him away and get the first out of the top of the 8th inning. 26 combined runs in this game. Pretty incredible. 1-2 breaking ball. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So Braden Farrington makes quick work of Tyler Henriquez and gets the strikeout to begin the top of the 8th.
Braden Farrington just did what the Panthers wanted all their relief pitchers to come in and do. Record a really quick strikeout there. So nice of him to come into the game and make an immediate impact. Really important for the Majors to keep things short and easy for their defense.
So Junior Ibarra into the batter's box, 1 for 4 on the day for the Kitchener Panthers. First pitch from Braden Farrington will miss for ball 1. 1-0 count, 1 away. Nick Castellanos has hit a home run today. Mentioning that fact for no apparent reason. Off the plate outside, 2-0.
I hope nothing tragic happened today.
Well, people are saying it's because Joe Biden dropped out of the presidential race that Castellanos went yard. With 2 outs in the 9th inning, he waited until the very last moment, but he continues his record of hitting home runs on days of some significance in American history.
Tips his hat to the 46th president and says, "Thank you very much, sir."
Ground ball to third base. Victor Plaz, the scoop, the throw in plenty of time and there's 2 quick outs here in the top of the 8th inning.
Well, Farrington looks cool. He looks calm, collected, throwing good stuff over the plate. Drew a swing a little bit far and ahead there from Unibara. Fouled into a favorable area, and an easy play in the end for the Majors. 2 outs quickly for them.
So Spencer Ross into the batter's box here for the Kitchener Panthers. 0 for 1 on the day. First pitch is in there for a strike, 0-1. Oh, 1 count. The right-hander Farrington sets, kicks, and deals. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
What a unique day for Spencer Ross. He's had 2 hit-by pitches. The only 2 times he has reached base today off those hits.
0-2, 2 out. Farrington looks in for the sign and comes set. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Braden Farrington, a pair of strikeouts in the top of the 8th inning, and he sets down the Panthers in order in the top of the 8th.
Well, Braden Farrington just did what the Panthers couldn't do in half an hour, Dylan. He strung together an amazing performance right there. 2 strikeouts to his name and an easy play for his third baseman in order to retire the side in order. And he's done a great job stepping into this game. Really the first Majors pitcher that has really been calm and under control since the very beginning of this game with Travis Keys in the first inning.
There's a message in the chat that pointed out Kitchener's had some high-scoring games this season. They gave up 27 to Guelph in the first week or so of the year.
It was really early on.
Gave up 19 to Toronto earlier this week, and now have given up 16 to the London Majors here today. It's been a tough year on the mound for the Kitchener Panthers, that's for sure.
That's got to be such a downside and really disappointment to the offense, considering that in those games, a lot of the time they're scoring a lot of runs as well. As you've seen against Toronto, even today in London, 10 should be enough to win you any baseball game. But the pitching has just really let down the side. And you can't even really say it's to the fault of the defense because there hasn't been very many errors on behalf of the Kitchener Panthers defense. There's been 1 or 2 wild pitches, but again, you have to put that on the mound staff. So it's been unfortunate for their side. Offense perhaps let down by pitching, but they're trying to make up for that now. I believe it's still Brett Reed on the mound.
It is, yes. And here's a stat for you. We mentioned those 3 big games. The Guelph game and the Toronto game and the London game still have not done enough damage to Kitchener for them to have given up the most runs this season. That title actually belongs to the Toronto Maple Leafs, who currently sit in the basement of the Intercounty Baseball League standings. The Panthers have given up 218 runs this year, the Maple Leafs 225. The Guelph Royals still in double digits at 99 runs allowed this year.
Wow.
For them, it's been the offense that's been the problem as of late. Guelph in a bit of a slide right now because their offense has not come up when it's needed to. The Royals are in action today in Hamilton, up 5-1 on the Cardinals. The Maple Leafs hosting the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Barnstormers lead 7-0. And the Barrie Baycats up 10-0 on the Welland Jackfish in the bottom of the 4th inning at Vintage Throat Stadium in Barrie.
Well done. If you combine the Guelph Royals pitching with the Kitchener Panthers offense, one of the best team in the Intercounty Baseball League.
Yeah, both of those teams have had their sides of the ball that have been stellar. Now, Guelph is still 14-10 this year, not to be forgotten there. They're in 4th place in the Intercounty Baseball League right now. Very talented team, having a good year. Just as of late, 5-5 in their last 10. The offense has not quite been where it's needed to be, although they have put up 5 today in Hamilton.
You mentioned that 27-run game that they had against the Kitchener Panthers really early on in the season, and not forever, at least for a good month, skewed the stats significantly.
That's what a 27-run game will do for you. Can only imagine calling that one. That must have been
wow. Hats off to the Guelph team.
1-1 count here to Brad Verhoeven. Verhoeven pops this one up foul territory, giving chases the first baseman Parsons towards the wall. And it's about 5 or 6 rows deep, and it's 1-2.
Brad Verhoeven, another player who is honestly done probably my player of the game in this one. two RBI single, followed by an RBI single, a fly out to left that nearly dropped in, and then an RBI single that dropped into shallow left in an ambiguous area. Tough play for the infielders. And he's had just a terrific day across the board for someone stepping in on left field.
1-2 home in the dirt. 2-2. Let me tell you, Ty, there's a lot of controversy right now, and you know it as well. You see that you have access to our group chat on who the player of the game should be tonight. Might be a surprise to you and I. I mean, there are a lot of deserving candidates here this afternoon. Put on great performances for the Majors. Here's the 2-2 from Reed. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So he gets the strikeout and records a quick out in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Well, that's really important there for Brett Reed. His first strikeout of the game. First strikeout in a long while for any Panthers arm. And trying to sit down the Majors quickly in this 8th if they want any chance at coming back. Not to say that they don't have the bats to do so, Dylan, because we very well know that they do.
Champ Garner into the batter's box, 2 for 2. A triple and a double. The double put the Majors in the lead back in the 7th inning. Majors have 16 runs on 16 hits. Swing and a miss by Garner. 0-2. That one off the plate outside, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Champ. Panthers have 10 runs on 13 hits, no errors. Majors have 2 in the error column.
Champ Garner, another player who stepped in this game, originally not in the starting lineup, and made an immediate impact. Led things off with a triple. Also had a 2 RBI double. Has scored a number of runs in this game, and really one of the reasons why the Majors are well ahead in this one.
2-2 count, 1 away. Reed kicks and deals. Garner takes the high and inside fastball and pops it foul towards the backstop, so we'll try again on 2-2.
Umpire threw that ball over to Brett Reed, and it almost buckled him down. He had to make a awkward reach for it. Another thing that just isn't going right. Even the umpires are not in the favor of the Panthers pitching staff.
2-2, 1 away. Reed trying to set down Garner for the second out of the bottom of the 8th. Breaking ball. Doesn't find the zone, and it's 3-2. Wasn't a strike time.
No, it wasn't.
Thought maybe we'd get a late, long game call.
And we've seen a few of those. So, a few that have definitely been questionable calls, to say the least, from the umpire. And we have a strikeout there against Champ Garner.
So Garner down on strikes for the second out of the bottom of the 8th inning. Reed has struck out back-to-back London Majors, and he'll have to deal with the top of the order here in Gibson Krasminski.
Now batting, your second baseman, number 27, Gibson Krasminski.
And Gibson Krasminski has had a decent game as well. He's walked in this one, had a single as well as a 2 RBI double to his name. Just so many capable hitters across the entire Majors order.
Pitch to Krasminski off the plate for ball 1. That one's there for a strike, 1-1.
Nice pitch, fastball outside. Painted that corner of the strike zone.
One home. That's there for strike 2. 1 ball and 2 strikes now on Krasminski. Reed trying to strike out the side in order here.
Almost 2 identical pitches there from Reed. Same area. About the same speed, same type of pitch. Trying to punch out Krasminski.
1-2, ground ball up the middle. Gonzalez, nice play. Spinning and throwing to first. What a play by the IBL All-Star Raul Gonzalez to end the bottom of the 8th inning. We are through 8 complete from Labatt Park. We head to the 9th on Majors TV.
Pitching now for the Majors.
9th inning about to get underway from Labatt Park. Braden Farrington back out there for his 2nd inning of work. We'll have to deal with 7, 8, and 9, and they just announced it in the ballpark to make sure Farrington gets his due. He was an all-star for the Majors.
He was one of many all-stars in this London side. Obviously, Braden Farrington pitching, unfortunately for him, gave up a home run in that game, but nonetheless was a fun outing for him as well. Starling Joseph appeared, Caden Cardoso, Travis Keys, Eduardo DeOlio, Victor Plaz, Drew Lawrence, and Victor Payano as well. For the Kitchener Panthers, we just saw that fantastic play turning over by Raul Gonzalez. Also Jet Jarvis and Pedro de los Santos, 3 all-stars for the Panthers in 2024.
Pedro de los Santos, former London Major, pitched yesterday in the IBL All-Star game, and not on the bump today for Kitchener, obviously, as Luke Murray steps into the batter's box 0 for 2 on the afternoon. Farrington needed just 10 pitches to get through the Panthers in the 8th.
Up for the Panthers.
Trying to get through the 9th just as efficiently and quickly.
Seems like a miracle, but we might be finally nearing the end of this one.
Swing and a miss, strike 1. We've got a warm up the bus
Yes.
chant here at Labatt Park. That's a new one. I'm sure it's been used before, but it's a new one here.
Yeah. Definitely is Braden Farrington trying to close things out for the Majors, and definitely all credit is due to the offenses of both teams. Pitching a bit lackluster today. The offenses have showed out in a big fashion and made things really interesting.
Ground ball towards second base. It's booted by Krasminski over there, so it'll be a base runner to lead off the 9th inning for Kitchener.
Really tough. A bouncing ball off the bat of Luke Murray that just kept hopping and skedaddling over towards Gibson Krasminski at second. Would have been a tough play regardless, even if you're able to catch it. Drew him back into shallow right field. The speed was there as well from Luke Murray, so he's safe at first, but potentially a double play opportunity for the Majors.
That first pitch will miss for a ball to Misa, 1-0. That misses as well. 2 balls and no strikes.
Farrington's done a good job so far, so he just needs to calm down, rely on his stuff, not do anything silly, take the easy outs for the Majors, and that was a good confident pitch low and outside there.
2-1 count now to Misa. Murray over at first. Cardoso holding him on. Farrington kicks and deals. That one's scorched through the left side, and the Kitchener Panthers all of a sudden have 2 runners on with nobody out in the 9th.
Well, you said it, Dylan. They certainly have the bats to do this, to complete this comeback if they wanted to.
We can't be here much longer, can we, Ty?
You never know. Especially with this side, you never know. But they're not letting up right now. No outs for the Majors. And they've done a terrific job so far at trying to hold this lead after adding 8 to their tally in the 7th. Panthers, though, not going down without a fight.
First pitch is a strike there to A.J. Carosas.
Now, Dylan, really the only thing we haven't seen so far is a triple play in this game. So I think if that's not in order, then I don't know what is.
Hey, folks, that game on Friday. Don't forget, it's Christmas in July.
Quick little visit there from the home plate umpire. Christmas in July on Friday.
Yes.
The Toronto Maple Leafs in town.
A fairly new to the schedule promotional event here.
Yeah.
I believe it's the inaugural year as well. The first one. Christmas in July.
I think so too.
And honestly, you got to love it. Well, I mean, Christmas is great any time of year, and to boost the spirits of all through a very hot, long, tedious summer, I think Christmas is going to cool things down nicely. And ironically, I think it's going to be boiling on Friday.
I think so too, yeah. And I think if we're wearing Santa hats, which potential spoiler, it might be even warmer.
Yeah.
Called strike 3 there from Farrington. And there's one gone now in the top of the ninth inning. Farrington's got his third strikeout of this outing.
Nice strikeout there for Farrington, trying to cool things down. He's done a great job throughout his time coming into this game. As I mentioned, really the first major with the most absolute command that we've seen on the mound since Travis Keith's back in the very, very first inning that he threw. Trying to close things out. Double play still potentially on board here.
Blake Jacklin, a tough guy to turn 2 on. He's got lots of speed and takes ball 1 there. One away. Right-hander kicks and deals. That's there for a strike, 1-1. One and one out. Blake Jacklin at the plate, 3 for 4 on the day. Murray at second, Misa at first. The offering. Oh my goodness, our FX microphone just fell off of the window where it sits and scared everybody in the press box.
Definitely scared everybody here. And a kind fan tosses that right back to us.
It was on, in case you couldn't tell. 2-2 is the count here.
Maybe we should give her a mic, Dylan. Bring her down.
She's the player of the game.
Player of the game indeed for that. I mean, that was one of the best catches all day long.
Did she catch it or just play it off the ground?
She played it off the ground.
Yeah.
Sounds better, though.
2-2, 1 out. Jacklin in the box. Farrington on the mound. Here's the pitch. Fouled off by Jacklin, and we'll try again on 2-2. Two, 1 away. Got a good look at Farrington there on our Game Day on a mobile camera, rocking the green glove this afternoon. And that one doesn't find the zone. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
This would be a great time for a strikeout here for Braden Farrington. Keep calm, get this over the plate no matter where it is. Try to draw a swing, and obviously pretty tough if you're Blake Jacklin. Have to be calm.
3-2, fouled off of Brad Verhoeven behind the plate.
And Jacklin's mad at himself on that one. Thought he should have made better contact in the end. Not the most difficult ball to read. Came in a decent position for him to lay on the smackdown if he wanted to, but let up a little bit in the end, perhaps was a bit cautious. Keeps himself alive, though, Dylan.
So 3-2, 1 out. Farrington at 27 pitches through an inning and a third. No action in the Majors bullpen. It's his 9th to finish. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, Jacklin, right field. It'll drop in front of Starling Joseph. He bobbles it around a little bit, and that will load the bases with 1 out.
Like I said, Dylan, this one's far from over, it looks like. I mean, just absolutely crazy here. Bases again loaded. Farrington very much in a jam. But if the Majors have one thing for them, they're up by 6. They only need 2 more outs. Double plays are potential all over the field. You don't have to worry whoever comes across to score now. You just take the easy out. Doesn't matter what sacrifice play is on. Take the easy out, and he'll come out on top.
Raul Gonzalez into the box, 3 for 4 today with a pair of doubles as that one's there for a strike. It's 0-1. Count. Here's the pitch. On the ground. Going to be a tough play. Charging after it. Mosher. Throw to first. Not going to be in time. It gets past Cardoso. In comes Misa, and stopping at third is Blake Jacklin. So the error will allow 2 runs to score here for Kitchener.
2 runs in for Kitchener. Down by only 4 now. Majors still have 2 outs to go. Farrington certainly not making this easy on his side. And the nerves have suddenly become a lot more real.
Jared Lund heading out to the bullpen. Farrington has gotten some ground balls. There was a play over at second base that Gibson Krasminski would have liked to have had back to start the inning. Right there, the error by Mosher on the throw. Would have been an infield hit had he just eaten it, but instead elected to throw it. That one hit in the air by Nick Parsons pretty well to left field. Going back on it, Charlie Bowman at the warning track. He will make the catch. Tagging and scoring is Blake Jacklin, but it is a 3-run game now.
And you can clearly see he's a bit displeased with himself there, Nick Parsons. He got amazing contact on that one, Dylan. All the way back to the warning track. A tough play for him not to see that sail over the left field fence. But in the end, he does score 1. Only down by 3, more favorable here. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but 1 swing of the bat could potentially draw this game within 1.
Tyler Henricus, the last chance for the Kitchener Panthers here. Facing off against Braden Farrington. The offering. Off the plate outside for ball 1. One-0 count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-1.
Beautiful toss there for Braden Farrington. A little bit early on that one was Henricus. Good velocity behind it, though, and Majors desperately need an out here. 2 strikes away.
1-1. That misses.
I think you meant to say that really should have been a strike. I mean, that was right over the plate. Umpire doesn't see it that way, though, and one of many calls today that perhaps we don't agree with.
That one came close for Farrington. Didn't get the benefit of the doubt on that call. 2-1 count to Henricus. Here's the pitch. 3-1.
Now, how interesting would this be if Braden Farrington ended up walking Henricus here? 1 swing of the bat. It's a tie game after that, but still a lot to do.
3-1 is ball 4, and that's the first free pass Farrington has issued all year as he walks Henricus, and that'll bring the tying run to the plate in the form of Junior Ibarra.
Could not have been at a worse time to really have that walk there, Braden Farrington. Tough at bat. We thought one of the calls definitely should have gone towards him, though. So the umpire not favoring Braden Farrington in that particular sequence, but what a chance this is from the experienced Cuban, Junior Ibarra. He's had some success this game's already, Dylan. He doubled, singled, and another single for him. He has 3 recorded hits. But this one's popped out.
Pop fly, shallow center. Krasminski's got it, and the game is over. The Majors emerge victorious here on this Sunday afternoon. Boy, oh boy, was it ever eventful tie. 16-13, 29 combined runs scored in this contest. Majors have 16 hits, both sides with 16 hits, and the Majors somehow, someway emerge victorious here. What a contest.
What a contest, and what spectacular fashion did the Majors come away with that one. Their hitting did not let them down tonight. Absolutely incredible offensive performance. Shoots the Majors into a 4-game win streak now, and their first win against the Panthers in the 2024 season after dropping 3 to them and being outscored 25-8. Just blew everything open with the offense today and are really on a hot streak now. Stop them if you can. The London Majors have won 4 in a row.
It certainly wasn't an easy game for the London Majors, nor was it for the Kitchener Panthers. A lot of baseball. This game finishes at about 3 hours and 50 minutes here tonight as we try to get you our player of the game interview shortly at field level. Maybe not the best day for pitchers, but certainly an impressive day for the offense, really for both sides this afternoon at Labatt Park as we get our player of the game set up here. And we're nearly set to throw it down to field level. And we're ready to go. Justin is with our player of the game.
So I'm here with today's player of the game, Brad Verhoeven. Brad, right off the bat, spectacular game across the board. Went 3 for 5, 4 RBIs. What was going through your head in all those at-bats?
Well, the boys got me in the position and able to score them. Look at the scoreboard. We got 16 hits, so really, boys got on, and I just drove them in. Just had to do my job out there.
And I would be remiss if I didn't talk about it, but that bottom of the 7th went over 30 minutes long, 8 runs in total. What was going throughout the entire dugout in that time?
I don't know. We put up 8, so it was a good inning. It was long, but they were in the field, hopefully, so that's not our problem. So it was a good inning for the guys, and we just did our job.
Well, and it could have been a whole different game if you didn't really get that momentum going for them early in the game today. So that's about it. Congratulations again. Great game today, and let's send it back up to Ty and Dylan in the Game Day London press box to wrap things up.
Justin, Brad, thank you very much as we are back in the Game Day London press box. As you mentioned it, Justin, Ty White to my left, Dylan Baker. To wrap this one up, I mean, what a game, Ty. Pitchers allowed 13 runs for the Majors, 16 runs for the Panthers. And I say pitchers, I don't know if that does it justice because there were a ton of them.
It really doesn't. You really used up potentially 3 games worth of pitchers tonight. It's ridiculous. 11 across the board, 6 for the Majors, 5 for the Panthers, and really just bad pitching across the entire performance. You don't usually say that to the London Majors, especially when Travis Keys is starting the game. Their ace, he's done a great job all season long. Not to mention, he actually had 5 strikeouts to start the game. Really, really impressive from him. Apart from that, the pitching fell apart. Offense took king in this game. 29 combined runs across this one. And I have to say, another really tough loss for the Panthers, considering they dropped 19-17 loss over the Toronto Maple Leafs in their last outing. Tough for them to come in here, score 13, and again come out on the bottom end.
How often do you score 30 runs in 2 games and lose both of them, Ty? That's not easy to do for the Kitchener Panthers. For the Majors, though, they beat the Panthers for the first time this year.
Yes.
You mentioned the hot streak that they're on, and they've got a chance to build off of that and keep it going next weekend.
They definitely do. You talked about it earlier in the game. They're placing the Toronto Maple Leafs, a team that's definitely at the bottom of the pen in the Inter-County Baseball League. I think dead last, actually, right now in 9th place. The Majors, after dropping 3 games, are now on a 4-game win streak, facing the bottom team twice in a row. It's a home-and-home. Christie Pitts and here at Labatt Memorial Park next Friday for that special Christmas game. Really favorable opportunity potentially to go on a 6-game win streak, and when you're chasing the top place Welland, that's what you want to see in your schedule. They really have to capitalize on their upcoming opportunities.
We'll see what the Majors are able to do next weekend. We thank you all very much for joining us here on this lengthy Sunday afternoon contest from the Forks of the Thames. For producer, director extraordinaire Keegan MacArthur, Justin Koehler at field level, and Ty White up here with me in the booth. My name is Dylan Baker. Have a great rest of your Sunday, and we'll talk to you on Friday night.